Hello and welcome to Decemberfest.
For almost 27 years.
The Zephaniah Trust have been taking light into dark corners,
visiting schools and communities
throughout Bradford and beyond.
I really like the Zephaniah Trust. It makes my day shine up more. Well, I just sort of think in my head, yes, it's not going to be boring.
Zephaniah Trust, when they come in, it makes the day a much more brighter day.
What do I think about? Well, you know when Jesus says, take children in his arms and bless them. I have never come across anybody or any organisation which does this as beautifully and joyfully as Zephaniah does, quite frankly.
When the dark corners of coronavirus forced schools to close and lockdown hit, our work didn't stop. We just had to find new ways to keep shining God's light.
Like providing a daily gathering point for people on our Facebook page through Zeph at 10.
reaching hundreds of families online with Easter, holiday club and light party sessions.
creating a virtual Refugee Week programme with drama performance, poetry challenge, online gallery and over 1,000 downloads of our free resource pack.
Making as much as possible of our online content free for schools, churches and communities to access and use.
Since schools went back in September, we've led assemblies in classrooms, in empty halls, head teachers' offices and been live streamed around the school.
We found new COVID secure ways to provide resources and even taking weekly RE lessons in person.
We've recorded virtual assemblies for our schools where physical visits can't yet take place.
Hello,
Hi there.
Julia
It's
here.
from Zephaniah.
So it's
Strange way
really
to do an
lovely
assembly.
for
Hello,
me.
you.
We've created and uploaded videos of many of our songs with actions so that schools and churches can sign together while they cannot sing.
And through it all, I've still been working with Biosan, delivering support packages to refugee families in our city.
It's never easy asking for money, and we know this year has been hard on many of you.
It's been hard on Zeph too. Back in September, we had to have some serious discussions about how we could stretch our finances to keep the work going.
Many of our newsletter readers, some of you, stepped up to ease the strain. To you we say thank you.
Now, we need to make sure that we can keep shining that light throughout this dark winter and into the future. So this is what we're doing.
On Sunday, December the 6th, we're holding Decemberfest, a virtual online festival.
With over 6 hours of music, spoken word and a little bit of circus, it will be a great opportunity to get together and share some hope at the beginning of a somewhat different festive season.
Streaming from YouTube into your front room, we want to invite you to join us for this celebration of creativity and light.
We've got a great lineup of Zeph friends old and new, including Garth Hewitt, Stuart Henderson, Tony Vino, Stephen Heath, Arcath, lots more, all donating their time and skills to raise funds for our work.
All we ask is that if you can, you make a donation to our appeal on our fundraising page. You can find it at virginmoneygiving.com/fund/keep the light shining. Or you can use the link in the video description.
And keep your eyes peeled on our social media throughout November for other ways you can support our work. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter.
Joy, Hope, light. We could all use a bit more of that at the moment.
Every donation that you make will benefit the thousands of children, young people and adults that we reach through our work every year.
We don't just give to Zephaniah, we actually give to the thousands of children that Zephaniah bring great blessing to.
To those who have already given.
And to those who are going to give,
Thank you. Now, let's keep that light shining.
But the light's still shining. Oh, the light's still shining. Oh, the light's still shining. Let it shine. Let it shine. And the darkness covers all the people.
That was our fundraising film, which we first put out at the beginning of November when we announced this festival. And now, here we are. Welcome to Decemberfest. It is wonderful to have you with us, and I hope wherever you are that you're sitting comfortably and looking forward to an excellent lineup this afternoon and into the evening. I am Julie Wilkinson, a storyteller working with the Zephaniah Trust. As you heard in the video, we've been taking light into dark corners for almost 27 years now, in schools, churches and communities throughout Bradford and beyond. Over that time, we've been fortunate to meet and work with many talented artists and musicians of all kinds. Decemberfest is a celebration of all of that, shining some light in the winter darkness and bringing us together in a year that has seen us spend far too much time apart. All the performances you're about to see were pre-recorded and are streaming together this afternoon as Decemberfest. We've got music and poetry, storytelling and circus, visual art, and even a little bit of comedy for you. We'd love to create a sense of community this afternoon, so wherever you are, drop us a message in the comments or share a photo of where you're enjoying the festival using the hashtag #KeepTheLightShining. All the artists this afternoon have given their time and talents free of charge, and we are extremely grateful, to raise funds for our work here at Zephaniah. If you haven't already, please do visit our fundraising page and make a donation. You can find it at virginmoneygiving.com/fund/keep-the-light-shining. This has, of course, been a tremendously tricky year for the arts industry, so we're also really pleased to be able to host a shop front for our festival artists on our own website today. You can find it at zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest, and from there you'll be able to link to the sites and social media pages of the performers, where you can buy their CDs, DVDs, access other online performances and generally support them. And I do really encourage you to have a look on there and give them your support. Now, without further ado, it is an enormous pleasure to introduce our first performer at Decemberfest. We first met this musician back in the summer of 2008 when we were all on the same team leading Insight, a children's summer camp run by the Reverend Paul Deo, who was then in Bradford Diocese. I think you're in for a real treat this afternoon, so get yourselves comfy, settle down, and I'm going to hand you over to Gary Borrows.
Good evening, welcome to Decemberfest. My name's Gary James and this song's called You're Not Here. I'm on the last train home, cutting through the darkness. The moon traces my journey through the night. These pencil lines a trail fairy tale breadcrumbs so you can track me down and catch me at dawn's light. So you can track me down and catch me at dawn's light. I'm on the last train home, cutting through the darkness, my head resting on the plastic window pane, my eyes searching in the stars for a message for tomorrow, all the while they're watchful for the rain. All the while they're watchful for the rain. But you're not here. But you're not here. But you're not here. But you're not here. I'll find you in every memory we made today. I'm on the last train home, but my mind's a wandering to where we sat today at Waterside. Our hearts beating heavy as we moved a little closer. We fell in love at the turning of the tide. We fell in love at the turning of the tide. But you're not here. But you're not here. But you're not here. But you're not here. I'll find you in every memory we made today. Do-do-do-do. 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 I'll find you in every memory we made today. Thanks so much. Thank you guys for tuning in. As I said, my name is Gary James. I'm a long-time friend and once near employee of the Zephaniah Trust. What could have been? Maybe I would have lived in Bradford. Maybe me and John would have had amazing curries together. Maybe I would have learned to tell stories as well as Julie. Who knows? That feels like a long time ago. But I'm so thankful to be asked to be a part of tonight. Zeph is an amazing organisation, one that I love finding out. Even though I live, a little bit away over here in Liverpool, I love finding out what's going on with those guys and what they're doing. Great work in schools and great work in the community. So please, wherever the link is on the page below or to the left or the right or wherever it is, please donate generously to these guys because they do super, super work. I'm really pleased to know them as friends. All my songs tonight are going to be originals. I was going to do some covers. I was going to mainly do all John Froud covers. I've got a cracking version of Don't You Know, Haven't You Heard? But when I saw the note on the invite saying about making sure you've got copyright coverage, I thought that's just going to be a bit of a too much ask to go through the courts to get John to let me do that. So you're going to just be stuck with my originals. These are all from an EP I've been recording. That's going to be coming out hopefully in 2021. I might be the only independent artist who didn't put out an EP this year. Everyone else had all the time in the world with lockdown. By day I'm a teacher, so I was working through it. So hopefully you get to hear these songs and a couple more next year. This next song I'm going to do is the oldest song on the EP, and I'm really proud of it because it stands up, I think, pretty well. when I do it capoed. I don't normally do it capoed, but hey, we're raising money for charity. We're just living on the edge tonight. So this song is called You Never Saw Me Run. Why do you keep me at arm's length? 'Cause you'll never hear the sweet things that I utter under my breath. And why do you never return my calls? Is there another man that you're waiting for? You never saw me run. You never saw me run. Into the dark, where adrenaline eased the beating of my heart, and hope left my fingers. Oh, it left my fingers with a spark, and I hid away from prying eyes that tease me to this day, and left me with nothing more to say than thinking of you always. You never saw me run. 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 And you'll be glad when this is over. I'll take you by the hand, and we can dance and never speak again of the memories or our past. And we'll live in a house out by the sea, where all the troubles of this world, they will never trouble me. You'll never see me run. 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 Brilliant, thank you so much. Yeah, so 2020, what a weird year. This is only my second video gig since lockdown. was really frustrating. March was going to be my busiest ever month. I was playing all over the country in different bands and different things, and then it all got nixed and it all got cut off in the end. So we are where we are. I also grew a beard this year. John, it's not quite up to your levels, mate, but I've had a good go. And I'm also, I mean, this hat, it isn't a fashion statement. It is to deal with the lockdown hair. I had a haircut booked, and then we went into another lockdown. But it's kind of like, my dream's always been to grow my hair a little bit and be like, pretend I was a 70s rock star. But it's not quite working out the way I thought it was going to work out. And there's no way I'm taking like a pair of clippers to my own head. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Cool. I'll sip. So as to say, all these songs are from an EP that's hopefully going to be coming out early 2021. And the EP is going to be called Ghosts, and this is the title track. And it's a lot about dealing with all that kind of, all those kind of stories and feelings and all the stuff that kind of defined you when you were a little bit younger and shaped a lot of the way we view the world and feel about the world, and bringing those kind of into the light, dealing with them, growing from them, and moving on. You'll have to ask somebody else whether it's worked, but you know, I feel that it's been a worthwhile project. So this is the title track. It's called Ghosts. If you're enjoying tonight, if you're enjoying my songs, if you're enjoying my songs, you can come and find me on Instagram, on Facebook, on, like, they're my main things that I put music out through, Gary James Music. If you're enjoying anything about tonight, please just go and pop a couple of quid in the donations for Zeph Trust for Decemberfest. They're putting this whole thing on for free. We've just given our time because we really like these guys and we really think what they do is worthwhile. And, you know, you can't go to the pub because we are where we are. Instead of a pint, put in for this tonight while you're having a beer, having this. Just do it. It's worthwhile, guys. I'm just going to keep plugging because I feel like that's what you're meant to do at a charity thing. Hopefully one day I'll get a call for like a Band-Aid or something, a Live Aid, and just because they'll have seen I've got the donation shops, like all for children in need or something, I reckon I can do that. Anyway, enough waffle. This song's called Ghosts. Plectrum. What story shall I tell? Which name shall I say? The one who stretched my reach, the one who got away. Maybe this time I'll remember she changed her mind. Oh, I've stitched their shadows to the soles of my feet. The lost boy who couldn't live alone. Now I'm tearing at the seams. I've grown up, won't they let me grow old? When memories fade, why do their specters remain?
them through so many dreams. They're haunting me. These ghosts that I've seen, I try and sleep, they're keeping me awake. They're haunting me. These ghosts that I've seen, try and sleep, they're keeping me awake. Cool. I've got time for one more before the big crook comes in and pulls me off stage. But just again, a big thank you to John and Julie for asking me to be a part of tonight. This first chance I get to come over to Bradford and see you guys and have a curry and catch up. I can't wait to come and see everyone in Bradford. Please donate, share this link with your friends. I'm sure all the other artists tonight have been awesome as well. Obviously, I can't see them because I'm in a bedroom in Liverpool, so we just have to deal with that. This last song is all about being in the friend zone, which we've all been there, so it's a proper relatable one. It's called Stranger. I've been Gary James. As I say, you can find me on Instagram, on Facebook, wherever. Come and have a chat with me, and I'd love to get to know you. If you're a friend of Zeph, you're a friend of mine. So please donate, share, all that stuff, and have a great rest of December Fest. And I'll see you down the road. And life is easier where the walls are thin, and you can't paper over the cracks under your skin. I've seen your heartache, I know your pain. But sometimes when you look at me that way, well, I can't catch my breath, I lose the words to say. I repeat the warning that I made. That you should have kept me a stranger. That you should have kept me a stranger. But you call me friend. Now didn't your mama tell you not to talk to strange men? Well, I'm stranger than most, but I know when to say when. I know the difference. I've crossed that line. So don't be scared. I know the risks that I take, and the dreams to leave in the darkness when I awake. I'll keep your heart safe, close to mine.
should have kept me a stranger. Oh, you should have kept me a stranger. Oh, you should have kept me a stranger, but you call me friend. Now I could get lost in a place like this, where I'm waiting for your sweetest, smallest kiss, where I'll find your hand hidden in mine. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
A huge thank you to Gary for that, who, as a teacher, has been a key worker throughout the pandemic. So we really do appreciate him taking the time to record that and be part of the festival this afternoon. If you would like to, you can find the link to Gary's Facebook page, where you can see more of his music, and that's on our website in the shop front at zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest. Great stuff. Moving swiftly on to something a little bit different. This man has been a very good friend to Zephaniah for a long time. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Darrell Hackett.
Water you turned into wine. Open the eyes of the blind. There's no one like you. None like you. Together we bring you all our worship. We praise you. We acknowledge you to be the Lord. We praise you, the everlasting Father. We praise you as all the angels cry aloud. We praise you. Holy, holy, holy Lord. Together we praise you, Lord. Together we bring you all our worship. Together we praise you, Lord. Together we bring you all our worship. We praise you. We acknowledge you to be the Lord. We praise you, the everlasting Father. We praise you as all the angels cry aloud. We praise you. Holy, holy, holy Lord. Together we praise you, Lord. Together we bring you all our worship. Together we praise you, Lord. Together we bring you all our worship, and we join with the saints, join with the angels, join with creation and sing. Together we praise you, Lord. Together we bring you all our worship. Together we praise you, Lord. Together we bring you all our worship, and we join with the saints, join with the angels, join with creation and sing. Together we praise you, Lord. Together we bring you all our worship. Together we praise you, Lord. Together we bring you all our worship, Lord.
While I've got your attention, why don't we do a little trick? If that's okay with you. I'm sure it is. I'm going to use these cards. Now, I'm going to have a quick fan through these cards because I'm looking for one card in particular today. Okay, there we go. That is the card I'm looking for. I'm going to come in really close but slowly so it can focus. Can we see that? The Joker. The Joker in the pack. Now, I don't know what it's like in your class, but when I was at school, there was always a Joker in class. Normally, they'd sit at the back and they'd mess about all the time. The thing about the Joker was, they were so funny that a lot of the time they got away with it. Now, this Joker is dressed like a medieval jester. Medieval jesters were the Jokers. They were the people that would work in castles, in big stately homes, work for earls, dukes, kings and queens. And their job, not only to entertain, but also to push the boundaries a little bit. One of the things they liked to do was, they liked to wait till everyone was sat around on the table. As everyone was sat around on the table, what they'd do, they'd go up and you've got all the silver bowls, all the food laid out, all the gold goblets. They'd go up, they'd take hold of the tablecloth, give it a yank, and watch the faces of everyone around. Because everyone around, like you would, expects everything to fly all over. But it didn't. It stayed on the table. Because they'd learned how to do it. They'd spent hours upon hours of practice to make sure they could get it well. Now, I'm quite fortunate. Because I have a friend. And my friend, he can do that trick. And one day I said to him, can you show me how to do it? He said, I'll show you how to do it slowly. So he took out a card like that, laid it on top of his hand, took a pen, and then smacked the pen through the card. And I said to him, Matt, what good is that for me? I want to learn how to pull a tablecloth away from the table and leave all the things on there. And he said, Darryl, in life, you start small and you slowly build up. I said, right, but what is the point in me putting a pen through a card? He said, Darryl, think about it. If you were now to take the card, gently give it a pull, soon you'll be able to do the trick with the tablecloth. Good morning. We've stopped the music for one reason and one reason only. I'm going to give you a bonus, okay? It's nothing to do with the apple. It is to do with this glass here and these cups here. Watch very closely, okay? Here we go. Normal glass, normal water, normal hands. I take the water and I take a sip. I'll take another sip. And here we go. Watch very closely. I'm going to move quicker than your eyes can see. It's no trickery of the camera. It's a constant reel. You need to focus at all times. We take the water and we place it into cup number 1. To make sure nothing's happening here, I'm going to move this glass over there. And then we take the water from cup number 1 and place it in cup number 2. It works like this. We make sure all the water is gone. You're going to turn the cup over and take the water from cup number 2 and place it in cup number 3. Whoa! That is the first bit of trickery, bit of deception. Here we go. From 2 to 3, go. Okay, make sure it's out completely. And here we go. Watch very, very closely. You're focusing. Keep an eye on the water at all times. I'm not doing too much complicated stuff here. You can see where it's going, backwards and forwards all the time. We'll move that there, that round there, that round there, that round there. Okay. It's the water now in cup number 1, cup number 2, or cup number 3. 3, 2, or 1. Your choice. Sorry? 2. Really? See what I'll do? I'll slow it down. Okay? You made an obvious mistake. We'll slow it down here. Okay? Just have focus. Okay? Now we've slowed it down. Can you now see where the water is? 1, 2, or 3? Still number 2. Okay. I'm not going to slow it down again for you because we're going all day. I'll just prove to you it's not in cup number 2. Okay? The water is not in cup number 2, has never been in cup number 2. I don't know where you get an idea from. I'm going to place that over there so it's out of the way. You now have 2 simple choices. This cup or this cup. This cup or this cup. 1 or 3. 3 or 1. Your choice. 3 or 1. 1 or 3. Up to you. 1. No? 3. Okay? So what we'll do, we'll give you both choices, like so. Have a lovely day.
How brilliant was that? A huge thank you to the inimitable Mr. Hackett for that. As someone who is absolutely terrible at even metaphorical juggling, I am always a little bit in awe of anyone who can actually do the real thing. Now, Carol Barwick is not only an all-round lovely human being, she's also a Zephaniah associate, which means we share a common ethos of using music and the arts to shine light and spread a bit of joy. Carol does that through her own organisation called Raise, running all kinds of projects, including both school and community choirs. I don't know about you, but one of the things that I've really missed this year has been singing with other people. So I am delighted to be able to hand over to Carol and one of her Raise Your Voice choirs now to share one of their lockdown projects with us.
Hello to our lovely friends at Zephaniah Trust. My name is Carol Barwick and I am from Raise, where we're raising confidence and inspiring creativity. I am very excited to be part of December Fest this year, and the way that I am taking part is that my choir, Raise Your Voice, are going to be singing the song Louder Voice, which is a song that I've written, which is about inspiring people to have love as the loudest voice. And isn't that important at this time of year? Please keep your fundraising going for the amazing Zephaniah Trust. As you know, they seek to bring light into the darkest of places, and one of Raise's mission statements is no place is too dark for the light to shine. We need light at the moment. All kinds of different lights, and Zephaniah Trust are so important in the bringing of light into those areas. So keep fundraising, enjoy our song, be blessed, and have a fantastic Christmas, whatever that looks like for you this year. Take care. Bye-bye.
But what a treat that was, and how lovely to hear the choir singing together in a year when they haven't been able to gather much. A huge thank you to Carol and to Raise. That was an original song written by Carol a few years ago with a really great message. You can find links to both Carol and Raise's social media and website pages on our Decemberfest shop front, which you can find at zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest. And it's well worth keeping an eye on those pages, as Carol has plans to launch a podcast in the new year, so keep an eye out for that. Whilst we're on websites, I'm going to remind you that if you haven't already, please do visit our fundraising page at virginmoneygiving.com/fund/keep the light shining, and let's raise some money for the vital work that we do in schools and communities throughout Bradford and beyond this afternoon. Now, if you were following our social media pages back in the summer, you may have seen our online summer holiday club this year, and you may have seen Nora the gnome. If you did, and quite frankly, even if you didn't, you are in for a real treat now, because Nora is back and she's feeling festive.
Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas party hop. Mistletoe hung where you can see every couple tries to stop. Rocking around the Christmas tree, let the Christmas spirit reign. Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling. You will get a singing a feeling when you hear voices singing, let's be jolly. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned way. Rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned
way. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you might even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeers loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. Hang on. That can't be right. A minute ago, all the other reindeers were mocking Rudolph. They were making fun of his appearance. They were calling him names. They can't just turn around and want to be his best friend because Santa's suddenly decided he's useful. That doesn't make any sense, especially at Christmas. No, Christmas is a time when we're supposed to put aside our differences and get along. It's a time when we're supposed to love each other. Look, Christmas is famous for that. The English were fighting the Germans. And the Germans were fighting the English. Pew, 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 pew. Excuse me. I thought it might be a good idea to have a football match instead of a fight. Well, I've got a football. So that is the story of the Christmas truces. What it shows is that it's possible for people to put their differences behind them and focus more on what we have in common. Now, there's another story that illustrates this. It was told by a big multinational company that may or may not pay their taxes but do make a very good Christmas advert. It's about a priest and an imam, and they're really good mates and they like to meet and have a cup of tea. Now, this priest and this imam, they aren't getting any younger, by which I mean they are getting on a bit. By which I mean their knees have started to give up from all that standing up and kneeling down praying, you see. So, imagine their surprise when, on Christmas, they each got the other a nice pair of soft knee pads. A classic example of putting differences aside and focusing more on what we have in common. We're all different, see? Now, in Japan, a lot of people like to celebrate Christmas as a romantic holiday for couples, and a lot of people like to have the traditional dinner of KFC. In Croatia, children clean their boots and put them by the window in the hope that they will get filled up with treats. Come on. Oh, come on, please, fill up with treats. In the UK, we hang stockings at the end of our bed.
Ho, ho, ho.
In Finland, they like to eat a giant fish and celebrate in the sauna. And in Australia, people go to the beach on Christmas Day. And all of that seems like totally weird human behaviour to us gnomes. We like nothing more than to break into our owner's house and decorate it when they're at work. Love it. Totally freaks them out when they get home. They all think the other one's done it. But they haven't. It was us. See, we're all different, aren't we? We're all a bit weird, all eccentric, all prone to thinking that we're right. Well, that's why Christmas is so brilliant. Because we get to celebrate Jesus being born, don't we? And Jesus loved everyone no matter what your differences were. See, he doesn't mind if you're German or English, if you're an imam or a priest. He doesn't care if you eat KFC on Christmas Day or a giant fish. You know, he doesn't care if you celebrate in the sauna or on the beach. And he doesn't care if you've got a massive big red shiny nose like Rudolph or John Froude. Jesus loves all of us regardless of our differences. So, if you're singing that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer this year at Christmas, you might want to have a think of another verse. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw him, you might even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say,
Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?
Then how the reindeers loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. Rudolph was rather angry, and he could not let that go. How can you be mean to me and say rude things about my nose? Just because I've been chosen doesn't mean we can be friends. You need to say you're sorry, and you need to make amends. On this foggy Christmas Eve, we need to get along. You and I are different, yes, but we can all join in one song. The reindeer, they went all sheepish, lifted up their hooves in shame. Rudolph, we're awfully sorry, we are going to try to change.
Know Me Christmas, everybody! The brilliant Nora the Gnome there, written, filmed, edited and generally put together by the brilliant Amy Harris, another Zephaniah associate who we love working with and have missed hugely this year. A big thank you to Amy and Nora. It was great to see you as part of Decemberfest. Another thank you to you at home for joining us this afternoon. Don't forget, we would love to hear from you. Please do drop us a message in the comments or post a picture of where you are enjoying Decemberfest. Are you wearing your pyjamas and your slippers? Do you have your festive jumper on? Let's have a look at you. Do say hello to us in the comments. Use the hashtag #KeepTheLightShining. Also, one last reminder from me, if you haven't already, please do visit our fundraising page, and if you are able to, please make a donation. You can find it at virginmoneygiving.com/fund/keep-the-light-shining. In a moment, I am going to hand you over to Zephaniah Trust founder, director and general all-round legend, Mr. John Froude, to take you through the next hour or so of the festival. But before I do, I'd like to thank you for joining me, because you've been absolutely lovely. I've enjoyed myself a lot. You are about to see, before John appears, the first online screening of our new video to accompany his Christmas classic cover of Go Tell It on the Mountain, complete with actions. So this is your chance to get up, move around a little bit, and join us in having a little bit of a boogie before passing into John's very capable hands. I shall sign off for now, although I do have a funny feeling that I might be seeing you again pretty soon. Until then, enjoy.
Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. The shepherds from the hillside, they worshipped and adored. They saw the babe of Bethlehem was Jesus Christ the Lord. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. The wise men from the rich east came later there to bring their gifts of loving homage to Jesus Christ the King. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. All Christians now can worship, from every nation drawn. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born.
You've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you've got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. friend in me.
Hello! Good to see you. Well, no, I can't really, but it's good to know that you're, well, perhaps you're not, but I hope you're watching still. I do hope so. It's good, this, isn't it? Oh, it is. Well, I'm enjoying myself. The next bit is Julie. She's got a story for us. And it's a new one, so who knows? Who knows? Apparently it's about a Swedish gnome. Gnomes are in this year. Apparently. Who'd have thought it? Enjoy, Julie.
Hello. This is the first of 3 stories that I'm going to tell over the course of the festival. And this one is something new. I've been researching winter stories recently and came across the figure of the Tomten, who is from Scandinavian folklore. He's a kind of little gnome who looks after people's farms and homes and takes care of everyone that lives there, attached to a particular place. And there's a couple of stories about the Tomten by Astrid Lindgren, who wrote Pippi Longstocking, so I've been reading them. And then I came across a poem written by Victor Rydberg in 1881 about the Tomten, which Astrid Lindgren based her book on. And I came across that in Swedish, which I couldn't understand at all. And then I came across a couple of translations of it into English and fancied having a go myself. So this is the tale of the Tomten. Mid-winter darkness, the grip of the cold, star sparkle, brittle and bright. A still, lonely farm, as midnight enfolds those sleeping fast in the night. A wandering silver-white moon riding high shines down on trees caked in snow. A thick winter blanket where roof meets the sky, and the Tomtens awake down below. Oh, the Tomten's awake down below. Only he is awake down below. He stands by the barn in the frame of the door, grey as the shadows within. His ancient gaze looks on the winter once more. A cold, hard moon looks back at him. He lifts up his eyes to the forest of pines where fir trees encircle the farm. A riddle of branches and leaves intertwine, keeping the farm safe from harm. Oh, keeping the farm safe from harm. Holding them all safe from harm. He lifts up his hand to his cap, then his chin, pulls his beard, grizzled and white. He ponders the puzzle of what lies within the trees tucked away out of sight. Then all of a sudden, with a jump and a shake, he walks from the spot where he stands. Tracks in the snow follow fast in his wake as he turns to the task in hand. Oh, he turns to the task in hand, holding fast to the task in hand. He crosses the yard to the tool shed and store, checking the locks holding tight. Moonlight pools on the cows as they snore and breathe summer dreams in the night. And free from the harness, the whip and the rein, old Palla dreams over and over of a manger that fills up again and again, brimful of fragrant clover. Oh, brimful of fragrant clover. Fragrant clover spills over and over. The Tomten looks in on the lambs and the sheep, silently snuggled at rest. Then over the chickens and rooster he peeps, high in their straw-filled nest. Hale and hearty and burrowed in hay, one stirs at the gaze of their friend, wags tail feathers as if he must say, partners we'll be till the end. Oh, partners we'll be till the end. You and me we will be till the end. At last, Topton tiptoes in through the door to see how the housefolk fare. For him they feel love and respect and much more, in thanks for his faithful care. He quietly checks on the children in bed and smiles to himself with pleasure, gazes down at their tousled heads, for they are his greatest treasure. Oh, they are his greatest treasure, his great and most rated treasure. Over these sleeping babes, for long generations, from father to daughter to son, he has taken great care of a stream of relations, not knowing from where they've come. As families came and families went, blooming then fading with age. And where did they go when their time was spent? That riddle he couldn't assuage. Oh, that riddle he couldn't assuage. What a riddle he couldn't assuage. He slowly returns to his barnyard loft, his castle, his home, and his rest. High in the hay, both scratching and soft, next to the swallow's nest. Empty now, but when snow turns to spring and blossom and leaves start to bloom, swallow returns with a swoop and a sing, and she fills up the desolate room. Oh, she fills up the desolate room. She will fill up the desolate room. And then she will twitter, and then she will tell her migration journey in part. But her traveller's wisdom can never dispel the stir in the Tomton's heart. And tonight, through the cracks in the hayloft wall, the moonlight falls over yonder, lighting his beard and lighting his stall, as the Tomton thinks and he ponders. Oh, the Tomton, he thinks and he ponders. He thinks and he thinks and he ponders. And the forest is still. And still is it all, locked in a year-long winter. A whispering, distant waterfall in his ear, the only sound splinter. And the Tomton listens, and the Tomton dreams, and he wonders where it is bound. Thinks that he hears time's endless stream. Where is its source to be found? Oh, where is its source to be found? Where is time's source to be found? Midwinter darkness, the grip of the cold, star sparkle, brittle and bright. A still, lonely farm as midnight enfolds those sleeping fast in the night. A wandering silver-white moon riding high shines down on trees caked in snow. And a thick winter blanket where roof meets the sky. And the Tomtons awake down below. Oh, the Tomtons awake down below. Only he is awake down below.
Thank you, Julie. Told you she was good, didn't I? Yeah. You can see more of her if you want to. And you should. Look on Facebook, Instagram, Julie Wilkinson Storyteller. YouTube. She's everywhere. Do you know? Everywhere. Everywhere. You could also, while you're looking other things up, put some money into virginmoneygiving.com /fund/keep the light shining, which is on there but written in very small so you can't see it, and give us some money. You know, keep the light shining. That's the idea. Then it says here, link to Stuart's first set. I have the book, Stuart Henderson's Poetry Emotion. The first set he's doing is kids' poems, and they're all in this book. If I held it long enough, could you get the bin number? Probably not. Enjoy, Stuart.
Hello, Zephaniah Adorables. I hope this finds you all well. It's such an honour and a privilege to be contributing to this fundraiser for the Zephaniah Trust. I've been honoured to work a wee bit, do my wee bit for Zephaniah over the years. Some very special memories, Shipley, Bradford and the surrounding area. This is the first of my 2 poetry sets. This poetry set, children's poems. In the second set, it will be new poems for grown-ups from my new book called Especially Now. But meanwhile, back in the playground, do you remember those times when you could actually take your grandfather to the chippy and absent-mindedly leave him there? Such domestic chaos. This poem is called Who Left Grandad? Product placement at the chip shop. Who left Grandad at the chip shop? Who poured syrup down the sink? Glug, 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 glug. Which one left the freezer open? Why don't any of you think? Why's the rabbit in the wardrobe? How did Marmite get up there? What's this melted biro doing? Don't you know socks come in a pair? When's this filthy games kit needed? Where's the barbecue fork gone? Our house is a haze of questions. Best not answer everyone. Part 2. I drive my mother potty. I drive her up the wall. I drive her barmy batty and berserk, and that's not all. I drive my mother bonkers. I'm really not sure how. She says I drive her loco, so I drive her Spanish now. That's for the teachers. I drive my mother crazy. I drive her much too far. I wish she'd drive me home from school, but we haven't got a car. One of the poems which has proved to be a bit of a hit over the years is this next one. One of the great privileges of going in under the Zephaniah banner into schools in West Yorkshire is I get to see the children at the beginning of their lives, these wee intended beings beginning to experiment with their imaginations, and I see it develop and evolve in my workshops with them. How do you fuss an octopus? How do you fuss an octopus? Make it count to 9. How do you fold an ostrich? How many is a swine? Is it singular or plural? Do hyenas ever cry? How long ago did starfish fall from the ocean sky? How do you cook a cuckoo? When should you comb a hare? Is the reason they're magnetic why they're called a polar bear? And has the money spider ever been in debt? And does a wobbly jellyfish take much time to set? Is the skylark always playing jokes above your head? Is it possible to really tell when a flea has fled? Has the crouching cricket ever played at Lord's? And watch out if that long-nosed fish ever crosses swords. Does a praying mantis need to go to church? When fishing, should you take a cage if you're catching perch? Suit yourself. Who stood on the flatfish? That was really cruel. All these questions in my head as I walk home from school. I watch children in classrooms and in assemblies, and I'm particularly drawn to lads of 9, 10, 11 years old, because I remember when I was back their age, that whole thing of trying to fit in with your peer group. After a while, I gave up, and I suppose the poet in me developed. But the immense pressure on boys especially now to fit in and not be excluded is quite poignant to watch. This poem is called I've Got to Look Right. This is not a political statement in any way whatsoever. What I mean is I've got to look correct, I've got to fit in. And it goes like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got to look right. I've got to look right. I'm 10 years old and I've got to look right. Right trainers walk tall. In spite of me height, I'll be left on me own if I don't look right. I've got to act right. I've got to act right. Move smooth and swagger. I've got to act right. Gangster rap behaviour, though I'm from the Isle of Wight. They'll diss me and dismiss me if I don't act right. I've got to seem right. I've got to seem right. Move smooth and swagger. I've got to seem right. But I told no one that I bookmarked a pottery website. Best not reveal your hobbies when you've got to seem right. I've got to sound right. I've got to sound right. What's up? I'm chilling. I've got to sound right, but I sound like Joe Pasquale instead of Barry White. It's a challenge for a hoodie if you don't sound right. But I want to look wrong. I want to look wrong. Ditch me urban uniform, I want to look wrong. Go to school tomorrow in a berry and sarong. A Key State fashion talking point, I want to look wrong. I want to be me. I want to be me. Like a bee trapped in a jam jar, I want to buzz free. In the evening have me breakfast, in the morning eat me tea. But me mates would bait and slate me if I turned up as me. So I've got to look right. I've got to look right. I'm 10 years old and I've got to look right. Right trainers walk tall. In spite of me height, I'll be left on me own. I'll be left on me own. I'll be left on me own if I don't look right. I remember going into a school. No, sorry, it wasn't school. It was a library up in the northeast. It wasn't a Zephaniah project. It was what was it? It was the Northern Children's Book Festival, and I was booked into this library, and there were 3 schools coming in. 2 schools came by bus. The school's budget could afford the bus. The 3rd school, they couldn't afford a bus, so the kids were walked to the library, and it was raining, and these poor wee scraps arrived completely soaking, and they sat at the back, and so after a few minutes they started to steam in the warmth of the library. At the end of my performance, it was wonderful to watch, because it was as if you'd said to them, books are like ice creams, go and pick one. And they did. And it was random, but also at the same time it was marvellous. They were holding books, and they were absorbing facts and stories and all sorts of information. And it inspired this next poem. It's called Book Ends. There aren't no books in our house. On our shelves, exactly none. We don't have an aquarium, but the telly's always on. So I'm going to the library to learn to proper spell, whilst reading books on kissing fish and coral reefs as well. On our shelves, we do have ornaments, and I'm reading about those, especially the unicorn who no one really knows. I'm reading about weapons, the sling, the exocet. We don't have no computer, which means no internet, and neither does the library, but that doesn't bother me. Today I learned what reading is, a new word, jamboree. I'm learning about all sorts, like how tall the redwood grows, but there'll soon be no more reading 'cause the library's got to close. It's cutting costs, or something. Will the government agree that to help me with my reading, I take the library home with me? And the final poem was staying in the library, as the library reveals its wonder somewhere in the library. Somewhere in the library there are fierce and friendly beasts, dragons, cowardly lions, enjoying midnight feasts. Somewhere in the library there are whirlpools and lagoons, coves and crags and picnics with pop and macaroons. Somewhere in the library there are smugglers' hidden caves, and voyages and shipwrecks where adventures come in waves. Somewhere in the library there looms a gruffalo and twits and gangster grannies and a wardrobe full of snow, where the white witch turns the pages, her icy fingers vexed, as Voldemort is reading what happens to him next. Somewhere in the library, down a whizzing country road, an amphibian with driving gloves, the hapless Mr. Toad. There's a Stig and railway children, all present and correct, while underneath the floorboards the borrowers collect. But somewhere in the library there is someone very wise. Her title is librarian, which is really a disguise, for she's a gatherer of magic and a confidant of elves, whose legends she has catalogued and filed on ship-shape shelves. And she knows 1,000 sagas and 10,000 tales. She's heard the yarns of hobbits and the ocean dreams of whales. So let me share her mystery, one secret so sublime, her special prayer that starts each day goes, once upon a time. I'll see you in the second half.
Have we got some quality on here? We certainly do. There again, that's the book, Poetry in Motion. It's on his website. His name's Stuart Henderson. Guess what his website's called? stuarthenderson.com. Or you can get it through the Decemberfest shop front, zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest. Oh, yeah. Apparently, it's me. See you in a bit. Hi there, welcome to my back room, and just me singing a few songs. Guess I never knew what was going down. my friends to be letting me down, rewriting my script with tabloid lies. On a flowing tide I just drift along, slings and arrows catch me unawares. I make my choices, then hindsight sees them wrong. The smell of boats burning fills the air. All my life, all my life, all my life I've been unrehearsed. All my life, all my life, all my life I've been seriously unrehearsed. However long, how many hours I spend running through what I should say. I lose the plot just as the curtain goes up. Why did I get out of bed today? I never feel I have my speech prepared, never recognize my cues. I'm standing stupid, searching for my lines, dreading reading the reviews. All my life, all my life, all my life I've been unrehearsed. All my life, all my life, all my life I've been seriously unrehearsed. And when I land on heaven's golden shore for the last scene of my play, I shall stand safe but still speechless before the throne of God. Still won't know what to say. All my life, all my life, all my life I've been unrehearsed. All my life, all my life, all my life I've been seriously unrehearsed. My mind refuses to give up the words, and the rest is silence. And silence it is to the end of the song, isn't it? Which is a bit odd, really. You know, it's nice to have a bit of applause. You could try applauding, but I can't hear, so yeah, don't even bother, really, not worth it. Next song, True Story. True Story. No, honest, true story. Everywhere I go, I leave something behind. Everywhere I go, I leave a little bit of me with everyone I know. working turn, left my charger on the bedroom floor. I've been to Scarborough, left my keys on the North Sea shore. I've been to Birmingham, left my scarf on the London train. I've been to Whitby, left my keys on the beach again. Everywhere I go, I leave something behind. Everywhere I go, I leave a little bit of me with everyone I know. I've been to Malham, left my gloves in a Yorkshire Dale. I've been to Hull and back, left my patience in the jail. Been to the Isle of Wight, left my wallet in the ice cream shop. It's not the going, it's the leaving I've got to stop. Everywhere I go, I leave something behind. Everywhere I go, I leave a little bit of me with everyone I know. It's not just the things I leave little bits of me all over the place, emotionally, with people still living, though some have since died. People who told me the truth, though I guess there were those who lied. People who helped me, though some ran away in fright. Where I've laughed myself stupid, where I've broken down and cried. Everywhere I go, I leave something behind. Everywhere I go, I leave a little bit of me with everyone I know. Now if you should leave me, won't you leave a little bit behind? Anyhow, it's not me you want, there's another guy you need to find. He's given me everything, I'm not fit to untie his shoes. Don't see how you can leave him behind when pain is all you got to lose. Everywhere I go, I leave something behind. Everywhere I go, I leave a little bit of me with everyone I know. Everywhere I go, with everyone I know, I leave a little bit of me everywhere I go. True story. Have you noticed? The Americans can write songs about roads that we can't. It kind of doesn't work here, you know. You could get your kicks on the M606. Not going to do it, is it really? 24 hours from Grimsby. I don't know whether you can get 24 hours from Grimsby. Even when the traffic's bad. 24 hours, that's a long way in this country. We don't really have the roads in the songs that the Americans do. Now, I am trying to set about doing that. I wrote many years ago one about the M62, and I'm breaking down on that road. No, I did break down on the road. The song was about coming home to Yorkshire, you know, with the sun shining over the mountains, that kind of thing. Yeah. This one, it's another true story. It's the M42 this time, heading in a Sutton Coalfield direction. what we say, even though we don't know the way. It's just a little phrase to see us through dark days in places we don't want to stay. Down the 42 to junction 9, no gradients against me, and I'm on time. And I'm sorry, Mr. Orton, I just had to steal your line. I know I'm on the right road, I can read the signs. Everything is lovely, the sun is shining bright. I'm optimistic, I might get some Pop Master right. Sudden Coalfields coming up, the slip road is in sight. I know I'm on the right road, I can read the signs. I'm getting there, it's what we say, even though we don't know the way. It's just a little phrase to see us through dark days, places we don't want to stay. Coventry and Coleshill have the turns to make. Further round the roundabout my way I take there. Left to Sutton Coalfield too soon, my mistake. No longer on the right road, I can read the signs. Now I ought to go back and do it right this time, I know. But hey, I'm a man, I know the way to go. It's over there somewhere. Oh no, no longer on the right road, there are signs no more. I'm getting there, it's what we say, even though we don't know the way. It's just a little phrase to see us through dark days, places we don't want to stay. I ask a man with a dog, he's not very clear. He says it's not very far, but then it's not very near. And if I were you, I wouldn't start from here. You know, there's always someone willing to be unhelpful in your ear, but there's a one who says he is the way. People hold on to him, whatever people say, 'cause in this world of darkness, he's the perfect place to stay. I'm getting there today. I'm getting there, it's what we say, even though we don't know the way. It's just a little phrase to see us through dark days, places we don't want to stay. I'm getting there, it's what we say, even though we don't know the way. It's just a little phrase to see us through dark days, places we don't want to stay, places we don't want to stay, places we don't want to stay. How we do for time? Yeah, no problem. This will be interesting because this is a new song, so I've got the words here, and as Phil and John used to say, if I start singing in tongues, it's because I've got the words upside down. Yay! Wrote this earlier this year when I was beginning to feel a bit miserable. No choice but to slow down, reluctantly stand down, have to lay down the job. My world has been shut down, the old man is cut down, like a pet to be put down. Thought I might ask you to look down, come down and sort it all out, but we've already had that dance, and the nails tore through your healing hands. Rich man talks down, accepted wisdom's hand-me-down. Lies shoot hope down, truth cries in meltdown. First casualty to take down, omnishamble shakedown. Thought I might ask you to look down, come down and sort it all out. But we've already had that dance, and the nails tore through your healing hand. Be kind, I hear, calm down. Must I keep my head down through the pain of the lockdown? Put to one side, set down, left, bereft, let down, to run the clock down. Thought I might ask you to look down, come down and sort it all out. But we've already had that dance, and the nails tore through your healing hands. The nails tore through your healing hands. The nails tore through your healing hands. Yeah. I just debated what to do because I'm going to run out of time in a bit. Songs for Christmas on my music stand here. No, let's not. No. This one's Home. Do you know? Home. You can go on the M62, you can go on the M42, you can do the A303 down to the West Country if you like. But this is home. This is my city, you know. This is my city, where I belong, in time to its rhythms, my heart beats along, between the dark shadows, bright hope dances free. This is my city, this is me. A mighty hand bearing the scars of long working days, strong as the iron she once might have made, gentle as the wool she wove to her fame, holds her people with such care. This is my city, where I belong, in time to its rhythms, my heart beats along, between the dark shadows, bright hope dances free. This is my city, this is me. It's a solid place, shoulder to shoulder down the side of the hill, houses in honey warm stone standing still, facing the worst of the cold winter's chill, breathing together as one. This is my city, where I belong, in time to its rhythms, my heart beats along, between the dark shadows, bright hope dances free. This is my city, this is me. It's a needy place, from Homewood to Heaton, from Newlands to Royds, in schools and a valley parade, man and boy share anger, frustration, an echoing void, waiting, God knows who for. This is my city, where I belong, in time to its rhythms, my heart beats along, between the dark shadows, bright hope dances free. This is my city, this is me. An impatient place, waiting for work to be started and done, that's been promised for ages and never begun, waiting to hear of the power of the one who'll finish his creation. This is my city, where I belong, in time to its rhythms, my heart beats along, between the dark shadows, bright hope dances free. This is my city, this is me. But there's another place, gleaming in gold and echoing praise, built to be there through eternity's days. Hope for the perfect and hope for the saved, waiting there for me. This is my city, where I belong, in time to its rhythms, my heart beats along, between the dark shadows, bright hope dances free. This is my city, this is me. Enjoy the rest of the day with Zephaniah. See ya. Thank you. You can, of course, get lots of John Froude songs on YouTube, on SoundCloud. You might even wish to buy the albums from me, but you know, I'm about. You can find me all over the place. Yeah. Another storyteller now. Our friend Hilary, who apparently is going to be outside. But then she lives in Dorset and it's warmer down there, isn't it? Go, Hilary.
Are you good at waiting for things to happen? Do you get a bit impatient sometimes? Or maybe even a bit nervous that the special thing that you're waiting for will happen and that you might miss it? I can get a bit impatient sometimes, especially when I'm really looking forward to something, like going somewhere special or meeting a friend, or something big like Christmas. So, in my house at this time of year, we usually have an advent candle. It's simply a tall candle with the numbers from 1 to 24 written up the side of it, and every day we light it, and as the wax melts, we know that we are one day closer to Christmas. Because I like candles, and I like Christmas, and I like stories, I decided that I'd write a story about all those things. and it's got angels in it because I like them too. So this is the story of the angels and the candle. The angels were getting ready for something special. They had to practice their special song over and over again until they knew it backwards as well as forwards. They had to wash their best white clothes until they were so white that they glowed in the dark. They were getting ready for something really special. "What are we getting ready for?" asked the smallest angel. "We've practiced that special song so much that I know it forwards, backwards and inside out. And my best white clothes have been washed every day for a week, so now they shine like a star in the dark. What is so special?" "Let me explain," said one of the bigger angels, letting the little angel climb into his lap. "One day, very soon, a special baby's going to be born on Earth, and all the things we're getting ready, the special song and our best white clothes, are to help celebrate when the baby is born." "But babies are born on Earth all the time," said the little angel. "We don't always have special songs and our best clothes for them. Why is this baby different?" "This baby's going to be God's very own baby," said the big angel. "The most important baby there has ever been. His name will be Jesus, and he will be born on Christmas Day." The little angel was amazed. "God's very own baby," he said. "That really is special. I can't wait. Will it be very long until baby Jesus is born and it's Christmas Day?" "No, it won't be long," said the big angel. "And then we'll all fly down to Earth in our best white clothes and we'll sing our special song." The little angel thought, and then began to look rather worried. "How will I know when it's Christmas Day?" he said. "What if I'm busy doing something and I miss the special day?" And he looked as if he was going to cry. The big angel thought for a moment. "I know," he said, and taking the little angel by the hand, he led him over to a wooden chest. He opened it and took out one tall white candle. "You see this candle?" he said. "We'll write on it the number of days until the baby Jesus is going to come, and then every day we'll light the candle and let it burn until one number disappears. When it gets down to the last number, you'll know that Christmas Day has arrived." The little angel was so excited he flew around the room turning somersaults in the air. And the big angel smiled, because he was really rather excited himself. So, every day, as well as practicing their special song until they knew it backwards as well as forwards, and washing their best white clothes until they really did glow in the dark, the big angel and the little angel lit the candle and watched one number disappear. It seemed to take a long time, but finally the candle burnt down to the last number. "It's time to go," called the angels. "It's Christmas Day." And together they all flew down to Earth in their best white clothes to sing the special song for God's very own baby, Jesus. I wonder if the angels enjoyed being part of that first Christmas. I do hope they did. I love the Bible stories about Christmas, but there always seem to be some bits of the story that we don't know, that the Bible doesn't tell us. What was it like for the people who were there? What stories would they tell if we could sit down with them and listen? This next story is about the shepherds. When I was a child, I used to love listening to my granddad tell stories about when he was young. It seemed like ancient history to me, as he told stories about people and places that I didn't know, but were obviously very real and very important to him. So this story is imagining how one of the shepherds might have told the story of that first Christmas to one of his grandchildren years later. So you're going to have to imagine right now that I'm a shepherd. It all happened a while ago now, but to me it's as clear in my mind as if it were yesterday. It was a fine night, clear and cold. The sky was full of bright shining stars, and we were out on the hillside as usual. The sheep had been grazing during the day, but now that it was dark, they were all safely gathered into the sheepfold for the night, and we were sat around our campfire, sometimes talking, sometimes just being quiet together. Occasionally a sheep would bleat in the background as a mother and her lamb looked for one another. And we listened out carefully for other sounds, in case there was a wolf or a bear lurking anywhere near, or anything else that might want to take a sheep. It seemed like so many other nights, but then all of a sudden, everything changed. A bright, bright light appeared in the sky, and at first we were scared, not quite sure what we were seeing. And then, well, I guess the others were all thinking what I was thinking. That looks like an angel, but it can't be, can it? But nobody was saying it out loud. Nobody was saying anything out loud. We just sat there, absolutely terrified. And then the angel, because it really was an angel, it spoke. And it said, "Don't be afraid. I am bringing you good news." My heart was beating so fast with fear and excitement. What news could an angel possibly want to give to us, a bunch of shepherds? The angel went on. "Tonight in Bethlehem, a baby has been born, the special one from God, the Messiah. You will find him wrapped in cloths and lying in a manger." As soon as the angel said that, the night became as bright as day. At first we were half blinded and couldn't see what was going on. But then music started to come out of the light, and we realised that there were lots and lots of angels, and that they were singing, "Glory to God and peace on earth." After they'd gone, we just sat there for a while. It's difficult to know what to say when something like that happens. But eventually someone, I don't remember who, said, "That was a message from God, wasn't it? Let's go down to Bethlehem and see this baby." So off we went, down the hill to the town. It took us a while to find the baby and his family. They weren't in any of the places where you'd expect to find a new baby. But then we remembered the angel had said we'd find him in a manger. And you find mangers in stables and where there are animals. Once we remembered that, we found him quick enough. I remember pausing at the door of the stable. It had a really special feel to it. You just knew as you walked in that this was no ordinary baby, no ordinary family. The baby's mum looked so young and so tired. She told us later that they'd travelled a long way to get there, and it had been a hard journey. She looked happy though. She had a kind of glow about her that some people get when they are full of deep, deep joy. In fact, that joy was in the whole stable, and I know this sounds odd, but even the animals, the cow and the donkey, they had it too. We looked at the tiny new baby. Jesus, his name was. Us, a bunch of ordinary shepherds, and him? Well, the angels had said he was the Messiah, God's special one, the one that our people had been waiting for so long. Could it possibly be true? We looked at that tiny person, and I felt the joy that was all around fill me too. And in that moment I was on my knees by the manger. Then the baby, Jesus, opened his eyes. He looked straight at me as I knelt by his side, and I felt surrounded by love and so peaceful. We stayed a while, my fellow shepherds and I. But eventually we began to make our way back to the sheep. By then the town was starting to wake up, and we told everyone we met what had happened, about the angels and the baby and everything. I hope some of them went to see him too, because there was something in that stable that night that was just too good to keep to ourselves. We don't really know an awful lot of the background story to anyone who's in the Christmas stories in the Bible. But we particularly don't really know what it must have been like for Jesus, coming from being with his Father God to be with us on earth. I'm going to tell you one more story. It's about a made-up country called Yapada, and you can decide for yourself whether this is a Christmas story or not. Once upon a time, not so very far away from here, there was a land called Yapada. Yapada was the most beautiful land you can imagine. It had beaches with golden sand that never got into your sandwiches when you were having a picnic, and sea that was always warm enough to swim in. It had woods that were full of squirrels that would come and sit on your shoulder, and badgers and foxes that would play games and let you stroke them as if they were pet dogs and cats. The weather was always just as you wanted it to be. Not always the same. Sometimes it was sunny and sometimes snowy, but somehow it always seemed to be just right. There were lots of people living in the land of Yapada, and they too were beautiful. Not the sort of beautiful that comes from looking nice on the outside. They were all sorts of different shapes and sizes and colours, but the sort of beautiful that shines out of people who are deep down happy on the inside. One of the reasons that the people of Yapada were deep down happy was because in their land no one ever needed to be sad. No one ever got ill or got hurt, and no one was ever mean to anyone else. But the main reason that the people were deep down happy was their king. Some kings make the most of being in charge by bossing people around and getting other people to do things for them. But the king of Yapada was not like that. He loved to do things for other people. On a warm sunny day, you'd be very likely to see the king giving out ice cream on the beach. And on a cold snowy day, you might find him making hot chocolate for people who were building snowmen, or tending a bonfire where people would gather and talk happily as they warmed their fingers and their toes. The people loved their king. They loved to be with him, and when he would let them, they loved to do things for him. All in all, Yapada was a very good place to be. One day, the king decided that he'd like to do something extra special for the people of his land. So he decided to have an ultra-enormous extra special super supper party and invite absolutely everyone to come. The idea made him so deep down happy inside that he almost seemed to be glowing outside. He began to get ready. He decorated his house with lights and streamers and things that sparkled and glowed. He wrote invitations to everyone in the land, not missing out a single person. And he prepared food. If you imagine all the nicest food you've ever eaten or wanted to try, it was all there. From chicken and roast potatoes to jelly and ice cream. From fish and chips to chocolate cake. From curry and rice to treacle sponge and custard. It was all there. The night of the ultra-enormous extra special super supper party arrived. Everything was ready. As the sun began to set, the guests began to arrive. From all four corners of the land they came, to enjoy being with one another and with their beloved king. As the party got underway, the king looked at his people with love in his eyes and joy in his heart. He felt so deep down happy, he thought he would burst. He wandered out into his garden and looked across the sea that was always warm enough to swim in. And as he looked, he thought of the other land, the one on the other side of the sea, the land where things were not always as perfect as they were in Yapada, the land where people were not always deep down happy, the land where there was sadness and unhappiness and pain. As the king looked across the sea, he knew that he couldn't just ignore the other land. He knew that he would have to go and share his own deep down happiness with the people who lived there. All his people were at the party together, and so the king decided it was a good time to explain what he was going to do. Despite the fact that there was no sadness in Yapada, the people were sorry to see their king leave his beautiful land and his beautiful people, and the ultra-enormous extra special super supper party. But he assured them that he would soon return, once he had shown the people in the land on the other side of the sea how to have happiness deep down inside them, and maybe even bring them back to share in the party. And so the king left his perfect land and set off across the sea, taking nothing with him but the glow of the deep down happiness that was inside him. Happy Christmas, everybody.
Thanks, Hilary. Do you know, I get to work with some really talented people. It's good life, this. I'm enjoying myself anyway. And talking to talented people, Daryl Hackett, take cover, put your armour on. Who knows what he might be doing? And when he's done, then it'll be Yvonne sitting here. Well, it won't be Yvonne sitting here because she'll be somewhere else. But it will be Yvonne taking you through the next part of it. See you again.
Shepherds were watching their sheep. Suddenly a light came from heaven. An army of angels woke them from their sleep. Don't be afraid, the angel's voice rang out to them. I bring you news of great joy. God's Son is born today in Bethlehem. Go leave your sheep now, go worship the boy. They said, glory, glory in the highest. This is the day of the Lord. And they said, glory, glory in the highest. This is the day God's peace comes to the earth. Down to the town they hurried, just as they'd been told. Simply believing everything, finding the baby in a stable rough and cold. They knelt before the manger and worshipped the King. And I just want to be his angel and tell you he's here. I just want to be his angel, take away your fear, and lead you to worship, worship and adore. I just want to be his angel, I can do no more. And they said, glory, glory in the highest. This is the day of the Lord. And they said, glory, glory in the highest. This is the day God's peace comes to the earth. And I just want to be his angel.
Good morning everybody, my name is Bob Curran, I'm the head teacher at Carveley C.V. Primary School in Leeds. I've worked with John and the Zephaniah Trust now for a number of years in a number of schools actually. I have to say, working with John brings a real excitement and enjoyment to worship, and he really does engage with the children and generate an enthusiasm for worship, which is really nice to see. And I know the children look forward to him coming in and are always excited to see him in school. And of course he always brings those gospel messages and the messages from Christ into school, which as I say, the children really enjoy in his worships. We also have benefited from Prayer Space, which is the children have really enjoyed and really love the peace of Prayer Space. Love the time to reflect and to sort of develop their spirituality and ponder deep questions They enjoy the space, they enjoy the time, and without the Zephaniah Trust introducing us to that, the children wouldn't have had that opportunity. So I'd really recommend working with John and the rest of the team from the Zephaniah Trust. It's been a really positive experience for children in our school and the other schools I've worked at too. So thank you, John, and thank you, Zephaniah Trust, for all that you do.
I like these worships because I like singing along and like listening to the stories.
I like these worships because I like the fact that he plays the guitar and it sounds really nice, and I think he puts a lot of effort into it. It sounds really nice, and I like singing along to it as well.
I like John's worships because of one, he plays the guitar. It sounds really nice because of the guitar, and you can hear the guitar and his voice.
I like it when Zephaniah comes to visit because it's not like a normal day.
They're really funny and they just like make you laugh.
It's funny and serious merged into one
because they make it funny.
It's like an alarm clock. You have Mr. Travis or whoever saying, "Good morning, everybody," and then we all say, "Good morning, Mr. Travis," and then you go and say, "Hello, everybody," and everyone goes, "Hello."
Especially when they come on Mondays and you're nearly like asleep when the other teachers start the assembly hall, and then when they just start coming in, they're like, "Hello, I'm Julie," or "I'm Mr. Brown."
It's really exciting because every day you're just like, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
What's the name?
Zephaniah.
Zephaniah makes it like interesting.
And jolly.
And jolly.
Yeah, jolly.
Is that a word?
Yeah, jolly is a word.
Okay, so it makes it jolly. Yeah.
Okay.
And majestic.
What's majestic?
If I was to describe any of the times that John and Julie came to our school, I'd probably remember the first time because we didn't really think much of it at first when we were going into the hall. And then it just hit, and it was really good, and everyone couldn't wait until the next time we saw them.
These songs are lots of fun. Well, they like tell stories and sing really fun songs that we all enjoy.
But I was quite young when they first came in, and John scared me a bit.
Well, he has got quite a large beard.
Yeah.
When they do a story, it links to one of Jesus' stories. So it's... Zephaniah assemblies help me to think more about God.
I'll have a story from their lives and then a story from Jesus's. So it's like all linked together. Really nice. Yeah, all of his disciples.
You don't just sit there praying, but you say your prayers in songs. And
I just find it amazing that every single story just gets something so it links to something part of their lives. They're really funny.
It's fun, but you're also learning about God.
If you're having quite a low day and you come in and then we listen to some of the songs, it makes you realise that God is watching over you.
They tell you stories about Jesus and what he did in his life and how it can guide our ways. Well, it makes us feel closer to God.
Because sometimes the way that people describe God, it doesn't really seem very inviting. It doesn't seem as though he's wanting you to have fun. But then when the Zephaniah Trust come in, you can really tell that side of it.
By the way, that's not me, that's Mr. Brown.
Don't you know, haven't you heard?
The Lord is the everlasting God.
He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. Gotta be my rock, gotta build a strong foundation. My
I build a lighthouse to the nation. Be my rock. Go tell it on the mountain. Something only you can do. Be my rock. I need you.
Mobile.
Exquisite.
Long-haired.
Alarming.
Enjoyable.
Like an alarm clock. Fascinating.
Bearded.
Majestic.
Very rude to each other.
Funny.
Badass. Really, really fun.
Incomparable.
Exciting.
Relaxed.
Zephanatic.
Awesome. I'm cleaning up now. I can't really see them. Oh, you put
Hello, how are you doing? Hope you are doing well and you have enjoyed everything you've seen so far in our December Fest. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Yvonne Froud and I am a key worker for Zephaniah. I work mainly in schools within the Spen Valley area where we reach thousands of children every year. It's exciting stuff. Massive thank you obviously to Daryl there for getting involved with December Fest today. That's been brilliant. I really enjoyed watching you do your stuff there. It is amazing. So I'm looking forward to what we've got coming up next. I hope the rest of you are as well. We've still got loads of music, of stories, of poetry. So I am good to go. I've got my cup of tea. Yeah, cup of tea, good. I'm sorted with that. I've got my celebrations because today is a celebration. So plenty of chocolates left in there to see me through. Slippers on, laid back, ready to go with the money, with the giving. So to kick us off for this next stretch of December Fest, we have got a good friend of Zephaniah. We have got the very talented musician that is Chris Gates, very own Yorkshireman, complete with flat cap. Chris, over to you. Take it away.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining us today, and thank you so much to Zeph for asking me to be a part of it. I'm sure everyone's going to have a really good time. I think I'll just crack on. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Your white socks, slip on your shoes. The turns are right now to sing the blues. Comb down your mullet, trim your mustache. Take your image from a faded photograph, and if it's gone before it's done, take out the photograph. Lie it flat, I never know what's wrong with that. It's done. You're never wrong. You're never wrong. You're early flyer. Open your box. Your queuing system. Your flowing locks. Your tattooed chairman. His tattooed white, the skinny girl legs don't meet, beat under the knife. And if it's gone before it's done, take out the photograph and lie it flat. You never know what's wrong with that. It's done. You're never wrong. You're never wrong. No, never more, never a moment to yourself. The shining light Everyone knows you and you're generously helping like a pride. Because it's gone, for it's done. Take out the photograph, lie it flat. Never know what's wrong with that. It's done. You're never wrong. You're never wrong. You're never wrong. You're never wrong. Pull up your white socks, slip on your shoes. The turns are right now, let's pay your dues. A Sunday fun day, a drunken laugh. Take your image from a faded photograph. Take your image from a faded photograph. Thank you. Sorry, musician's reflex just to say thank you after every song. I'm sure somebody's already done this bit, and if they haven't, somebody will do it later. There's stuff about assuming that you're clapping, etc., etc. So, I have a little girl. She's 10. She's called... It's actually my daughter. I don't just, like, have a little girl. I'm not, like, keeping a little girl. Anyway, yeah, she's 10 now. And she arrived very quickly into our lives and unexpectedly. I mean, not that unexpectedly. I knew my wife was pregnant, but she came very quickly. She was in labour for a short amount of time, and we couldn't get to the hospital in time, and it meant that I had to deliver my daughter. I'm gonna just imagine your gasps and your looks of admiration, but to be honest, it really was nothing. Pretty much all I did was catch her, really. So this is a song about that. It's about my daughter. It's not about like a detailed description of the birth or anything. That would be weird. Anyway, this is called Catch You. Up and down the stairs for you, my love. We were on a wing and a prayer, my love. No time to stop and stare, my love. No time for gas and air, my love. And now and forevermore I'll catch you like I did at the start. When you took my freedom and stole my heart, I'll catch you like I did at the start. When you took my freedom and you stole my heart. So many things to tell you that you never listen to. About the trials of life, you know, when you were in my shoes. I wanna say I know exactly what you're going through. You're gonna fall, and when you fall you need to call, and then I'll catch you like I did at the start. When you took my freedom and stole my heart, I'll catch you like I did at the start. When you took my freedom and you stole my heart. When love is unrequited and you feel you have to prove to all the uninvited, criticizing every move. When passion is ignited, real life is hard to prove. You're gonna fall, and when you fall you need to call, and then I'll catch you like I did at the start. When you took my freedom and stole my heart, I'll catch you like I did at the start. When you took my freedom and you stole my heart. He said, my little darling, I love you, no matter what he says now. She said, make your choices and stick to them. Some may be right, some may be wrong, but if it's wrong, it's okay. You know I'll always catch you like I did at the start. When you took my freedom and stole my heart, I'll catch you like I did at the start. When you took my freedom and you stole my heart, I'll catch you like I did at the start. When you took my freedom and stole my heart. I'll catch you like I did at the start, when you took my freedom and you stole my heart. Cheers. I'm going to do a vaguely Christmas song now. It's about a common dilemma that many people get at Christmas time. It's to a very recognisable tune. It's audience participation, so join in at home. I'm going to assume you are, but I did actually plan for this awkwardness, and because today is all about community and connection, I've asked some of my friends and family to help me out with this, with the audience participation bit of the song. So anyway, as I say, this is about a very common dilemma in modern society. The Bounty and the Snickers are always left till last. Of all the celebrations, the Bounty is the worst. Okay, this is the chorus. The rustling of the wrappers, the shaking of the tin. I wish that I'd bought heroes, for they are all quite nice. So that's the bit you need to remember. You can join in the next time. Let me tell you about the Bounty. The Bounty bears a texture quite like a Milky Way that has been mixed with sawdust scraped from a stable floor. Here we go. The rustling of the wrappers, the shaking of the tin. I wish that I brought heroes, for they are all quite nice. The Bounty bears a flavour like Aldi shower gel. It tastes of disappointment and the feeling of regret. The rustling of the wrappers, the shaking of the tin. I wish that I bought heroes, for they are all quite nice. The Snickers is a Mars bar that someone spoiled with nuts. It holds within the potential for an anaphylactic shock. The rustling of the wrappers, the shaking of the tin. I wish that I bought heroes, for they are all quite nice. The Bounty and the Snickers are always left till last. Of all the celebrations, the Bounty is the worst. The rustling of the wrappers, the shaking of the tin. I wish that I bought heroes, for they are all quite nice. The rustling of the wrappers, the shaking of the tin. I wish that I bought heroes, for they are all quite nice. Thank you. And thank you for joining in with such rapturous singing. It was incredible. I forgot to mention at the start that that is a song by an amazing songwriter called Paul Bell. Check his stuff out. It's really, really good. I know the tune isn't his, but the words are. Anywho. Okay, I'm going to do something a bit special now. I'm just going to change instruments because it involves the newest member of my family. There may be a slight sort of wibbly-wobbly fade thing here while I cut this bit out, but here we go. So, as I say, this is the newest member of the family. This is my new banjo. It's called a banjo because it's a banjo. I don't name my instruments. God, I'm sort of weirdo. Do you think I am? So yeah,
here we go. I didn't write this song for banjo. I just happened to get a banjo the same day I wrote it. And I wrote it about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So it is my absolutely brand newest song. So yeah, that's nice. It also involves the BBC Concert Orchestra. This room's a little bit small for them, so they're just outside at the minute. No, really. I mean, not really. They're not really outside, but it does involve the BBC Concert Orchestra. So there we go. Anywho, this is called What If. I could be married to a film star if I hadn't lied all those years ago. I could be working in a science lab if I learned all that I needed to know. I could have spoken to the future if I recognized the past. Imagination like a suture, a banquet where there was a fast. So what if, what now, what hope, what how? No voice, no debts, no choice, no regret. The faintest thing about balls, I somehow never get to heaven. Lived in a flat when I could have lived in halls. I didn't recognize the future. When it came for me at last, I would have been a worthy suitor if I hadn't been so crass. What if, what now, what hope, what how? No voice, no debts, no choice, no regrets. What if, what now, what hope, what how? Cheers. Thank you for indulging me in that one. I'm going to finish with this one. I always finish with this one these days. I think it's something that we all need. It's not one of mine. It's by Extreme. It's one of their not quite rockier numbers. And yeah, I just want to leave you with this sentiment.
The burden that brings you to your knees, lost in the confusion of life's uncertainty. You feel you're with every breath you take, the moment left remaining, it's time for you to pray. It's time for you to pray. Pray for peace. Pray for peace. Pray for peace. Pray for peace. The whirlwind, she's a turning. The rivers on the rise, suddenly surrounded in the middle of a ride. The light precedes the thunder. It trembles and it shakes the ground your feet are under. It's time for you to pray. It's time for you to pray. Pray for peace. Pray for peace. Thanks again for sticking around, everyone. Or if you've just come early for the next act so you can get a good seat, welcome. And thanks again to Zeph for putting all this on and for inviting me. And I just want to say that whatever happens in the coming months, however we have to isolate or restrict ourselves in order to keep safe, to keep others safe, I hope that this Christmas and New Year brings you lots and lots of peace. I've been Chris Gates. Have a great rest of the day. Cheers.
Brilliant, thank you, massive thank you to Chris for that, and also to his accompanying choir of angels. Very, very festively and seasonally appropriate. If you'd like to learn more about Chris, to hear more of his music and stuff, you can find a link to his Facebook page and also to the Shed Planners page, which is a monthly open mic night. I cannot say that. It is a monthly open mic night that he's involved with. You can find all those details on our Decemberfest shop front if you head over to zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest. So we would love to hear how you're enjoying today. We'd love to hear from you. So please do, if you haven't already, post some comments onto the page, or maybe send us a pic of you sitting back and chilling with whatever you're sitting back and chilling with. Maybe like me, you have your celebrations. Maybe like me, you are looking forward to tucking into a bounty. I'm quite happy to tuck into a bounty. Maybe you're going to be doing that also in our next slot. We obviously are doing all of this today to try and plug that huge gap that we have in our funding thanks to COVID this year. So as well as, hopping over onto the various links that we're highlighting for all of our guest performers today, please, if you can, do pay a visit to our fabulous fundraising page here, virginmoney.giving.com/fund/keep the light shining, because that is what we here at Zephaniah are all about, keeping that light shining. Talking of keeping that light shining, it's back to our Julie. Julie, all yours.
Hello, it's me again. Another story for you. A few years ago, it must have been about, nearly 7 years ago now, the Zephaniah Trust celebrated its 20th birthday, and as part of those celebrations I wrote a story. So I thought it would be appropriate to tell it today, given that we're raising money for the Zephaniah Trust. I am a little bit biased, but I do think it's a wonderful organisation, and the work it does is so needed, really. And I know that's easy for me to say because I work for it, but when I watch my colleagues working with children, there's such a connection, a real connection between them and the children, whether we're having fun and being silly and stupid, or touching on something more serious and dealing with some of the tricky bits of life. There's a kind of real, authentic connection there that I think children really need. And this story is my attempt, I guess, to kind of capture in a story form the essence of what we do. So I'm going to tell that this afternoon. There was once a man who walked the land, travelling from place to place, carrying a guitar on his back and music in his heart. As he went, he stopped regularly to set the music free to the people that he met. It was very rare that he found the music wasn't welcome. On those occasions, he would shake the dust off his feet and move on. But most of the people who heard his song listened. Some joined in, and some, as they listened, really heard it. As he travelled, he met others on the road who went with him for a time. Pianists and whistle players, artists and circus performers, actors and office princesses. Some joined his song, singing with beautiful harmonies and soaring voices. Some beat out patterns and rhythms, calling to others to join in. And some had a way with words, weaving them this way and that way into stories and poems that opened people's eyes and hearts to new ways of seeing. Some of these fellow travellers walked with him for just a few miles. Others stayed for days, weeks, months, or years. But however long they stayed, once they travelled together, they were joined by a bond that never broke, however stretched it became over distance and time. This ragtaggle group of travelling players often found themselves tracing their steps back to the same places again and again. In one such place, a boy and a girl grew up hearing their songs and listening to their stories. On the first few visits, when they were very small, something called to them in the music and the actions and the giggles, and they responded instinctively. As they grew older, they found their mouths joining in with more of the words and their ears stretching to follow more of the stories. And as they grew older still, they began to notice that there was more to this group than just stories and music. There was something in the way they spoke to each other. There was something in the way that they spoke to others. And there was something more in the way that they walked. The boy and the girl spoke of this to one another. What was it about this group that set them apart? What was it that made them different, that drew people to them wherever they went? What was it that was there in the way that they moved, as though they were dancing to some music that only they could hear? And the boy and the girl decided that they would ask them. So the next time the group arrived on a visit, the children watched as they settled and began unpacking their guitars and unwinding their stories. And then they approached, and in tentative voices they asked, "Excuse me, what is it that makes you move that way? What is it that you can hear that we're missing?" And the man and his ragtaggle bunch smiled down at them and crouched beside them and said, "Do you remember when you first saw us? When you were small? When the music and the laughter called to you and you joined in because you just couldn't help it? Did you ever hear anything? Something that wasn't us?" And the children looked at one another and shook their heads. "Then listen. Today, you should listen." And so, the children took their places as the group began to play and sing and talk and laugh, and they listened. They listened hard, stretching their ears for all they were worth. But they didn't hear anything except the sounds of the music. So they concentrated their minds on the music and the words like never before. But they didn't hear anything except the sounds of the music. So they strained and they stretched their bodies and their muscles, listening with themselves till they started to ache. But they didn't hear anything except the sounds of the music. And then they remembered the words that had been spoken. Remember, when you joined in because you just couldn't help it? And they looked at each other, and then they listened again. But this time they listened with their hearts, opening themselves to the words and the music and the laughter and joining in with it all because they just couldn't help it. And this time, as they listened, they heard a voice soaring away above all of the rest. And they remembered hearing it before. Raise your eyes and see my world. Raise your voice and sing out. And so they sang, and they sang, and the more that they sang, the stronger the voice became. And their feet began to move because they just couldn't stop them. And they realized that this was it. This was what the man and his friends could hear. And something inside them felt whole and complete. Afterward, they went to the man and his friends and they asked, "Whose was that voice? That singing?" And the man looked at them, smiled, and said, "The Lord your God is with you. He is mighty to save. He will take great delight in you. He will quiet you with his love. He will rejoice over you with singing." And the children both understood and didn't understand all at the same time. And their hearts felt full, and their feet felt light, and they knew that they'd found a music that was greater than that of the man and his friends. And they knew that now they'd found it, they would never be able to forget. So raise your eyes and see his world. Raise your ears and hear his voice. Raise your voice and sing out. And never, never forget.
So that was Julie. Obviously, you've already met John this afternoon. I think actually, to be fair, I think half the world has met John. And you've seen a little bit of me. For those of you who perhaps are only meeting me for the first time today, you've met me a bit. But who you haven't met yet is our other frontline worker, the amazing Julia Leach. And she is going to be coming up very, very shortly. Now, Julia, give you a little bit of info about Julia for those who don't know her, as well as being brilliant at assemblies. Let me see, I've got to count this off the list now. There's so much. Brilliant at assemblies. She works with refugees, as well as leading fab craft activities, providing early intervention sessions, not to forget producing genius off-the-cuff food reviews. As well as all of that, as if that isn't enough, Julia also plays the bass with a band called the Mudlarks. Now, the Mudlarks were formed originally as an 80s covers band for a Zephaniah fundraising event, actually, a couple of years ago. And we are going to experience what the Mudlarks have become as they have stuck together. They formed one off, but they've stuck together and they've kept going. So for your pleasure today, here at Decemberfest, welcome the Mudlarks.
Hello, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the Mudlarks. On keyboards we have David. On guitar we have David. On vocals we have Julie. On bass guitar we have Julia. Again on vocals we have Natalie. Also on vocals we have Natalie. And on drums we have Sam, the one and only. We've really missed performing together as a band, so especially for Decemberfest, we've all recorded ourselves separately, and Julie has edited it together into what is hopefully a delightful treat for your ears. So enjoy!
in the hollow, playing a new game, laughing and running, hey, hey, skipping and jumping in the misty morning fog with our hearts a thumping in you, brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Whatever happened to Tuesday so slow? Going down the old man with a transistor radio, standing in the sunlight laughing, and behind the rainbow's wall, slipping and sliding all along the waterfall with you, my brown-eyed girl. Be my brown-eyed girl. Do you remember when we used to sing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la la-ti-da. So hard to find my way now that I'm on my own. I saw you just the other day. My, you have grown. I cast my memory back that long. Sometimes I look out thinking about making love in the green grass behind the stadium with you, brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Do you remember when we used to sing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la
My brown-eyed girl.
Our next song is beautifully a cappella. It's probably for the best that me and my bass guitar took a break for this, as I am awful at navigation, but please enjoy our next song, Somewhere Along the Road. A song looking forward to better times ahead.
Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Beyond the present storms that blow, waiting patiently. No secrets held in an open heart, a spirit that soars over mountains. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Somehow a guiding light always shows the way to those who lose their way by night, searching for a day away from happiness. Tomorrow will bring a new sunrise. Somewhere along the road, someone Someone waits for me. Sometimes when winds are still, unexpectedly, perhaps beyond this silent hill, a voice will come to me. Raise your eyes and see my world. Raise your voice and sing out. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me.
If the strange times of 2020 have taught us anything, it's the importance of not going through things alone and talking to someone, whether it's face to face, over the phone, video call, carrier pigeon, smoke signals, whatever. And our last song is about exactly that. We've been the Mudlarks. We've had a lot of fun recording this set for you, so I really hope that you've enjoyed listening to it as well. Until next time, see you later.
Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Sometimes in our lives we all have pain, we all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long. It won't be long. I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have things you need to borrow, no one can feel those are your needs that you won't let show. Lean on me when you're not strong. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand.
We all need somebody to lean on.
I just might have a problem that you'd understand.
We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. When you're feeling down, I'll help you carry on. It won't be long. No, it won't be long. I'm gonna need, yes, I will, somebody to lean on.
You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand.
We all need
that you'd understand.
We all need somebody to lean on.
Lean on me. When you're not strong, when you're not strong, I'll always be around. Help you carry on. It won't be long. It won't be long. I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Lean on me. When you're not strong, I will be here from now on. I'll be your strength so you can carry on. Lean on me, I will be strong. You know that it won't be long till I need somebody to lean on.
You just
Call me
when you need a friend.
Call me.
All you do is
Call me
when the night falls.
Call me.
And you feel so alone.
Call me.
Don't think twice about
Call
it. Just pick up the phone and
Call me.
Big thank you to the Mudlarks for that great music. We will be seeing more of Julia later on in the festival. She'll be taking over from me later on. But now we have a man who is well known and well loved by many children. He is the patron of reading in loads of the schools that I go into. He is a man of many words. He is a poet extraordinaire. If you've not come across him before, you are in for a treat. And it is my very great pleasure right now to introduce to you the one and only Conrad Burdekin.
Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, depending on when you're watching this. My name is Conrad Burdekin, and I am a poet and a storyteller and a writer. And today, I would like to perform for you some of my poems. I hope that you enjoy them. I think poems are brilliant. Children love poems, grown-ups love poems. Pretty much everyone loves a good poem. So I hope you enjoy listening to these. Now, I'm going to start with a poem about what you can write a poem about, because lots of people get stuck thinking of what to write about. And when I go into schools, often they say things like, Conrad, I don't know what to write a poem about. So, how about a poem about what you can write a poem about? Here we go. It's called What Can I Write About? You can write about dogs chasing terrified cats. You can write about ducks wearing bright woolly hats. You can write about snakes that rattle and hiss. You can write about cows eating packets of crisps. You can write about pirates sailing the seas. You can write about rainbows climbing up trees. You can write about tickling a purple baboon. You can write about teachers who fly to the moon. You can write about mums, you can write about dads, you can write about grands and wrinkly granddads. You can write about hamsters with cute furry faces. You can write about doors that lead to strange places. You can write about painting a tortoise bright red. You can write about jumping on top of your bed. You can write about houses full of pitch black. You can write about beanstalks and young boys called Jack. You can write what you like. Just write till you're done. And make sure, most of all, when you write, you have fun. So I wonder if some of you might want to write a poem at some point. You could just, go and write one about anything you like. A duck, a flamingo. You could write about your favourite food. Speaking of which, I've got a poem for you now about a certain kind of food. You see, I do lots of work in schools, and any of you who have ever gone and visited a school, you will know, or in fact, if you're still at school, you will know that children say some rather amusing things. And I went into a school this one time, and there was a little boy called George, and he came up to me and he said, "Conrad." I said, "What?" He said, "I've got a secret." And I said, "Have you?" And he went, "Yeah." And I said, "What is it?" And he went, "Yeah." And I said, "What is it?" And he got really close and he said, "I like biscuits." And I thought, that's not a very good secret. But you can't say to a little kid what a rubbish secret, because he'll probably cry. And then I noticed George looked a bit sad, and I said, "What's wrong, George?" And he said, "The thing is, my mummy gets the biscuit tin and puts it on the top shelf of the kitchen cupboard," of course, so that he didn't eat them. But then he started smiling and he said, "Conrad, I've got another secret." And I thought, oh no, he's going to tell me his favourite colour's blue or something like that. And I said, "What is it then?" And he went, "Yeah." And I said, "George, what's your secret?" And he went, "Yeah." And I said, "George, what is it?" And he got really close so his teacher couldn't hear. And he said, "When my mummy's not looking, I can get a chair and get onto the side and open the cupboard and get the biscuit tin and take off the lid." And what do you think? Yeah, you're right. He scoffed them all down. But his teacher heard him. And she said, "George, I can't believe what I'm hearing." And then a little girl said, "Conrad, when my daddy's not looking, I can get packets of crisps." And I said, "What?" And then a little boy said, "Conrad, when I go to my grandma's house and she has a nap, I can get chocolate cake." And I was like, what? They're all a bunch of thieves, this lot. And I wonder if there's some of you that have sometimes, when the grown-ups weren't looking, got lots of yummy biscuits for treats, or maybe sweets, or chocolate, or whatever it is. I know that actually, when my kids aren't looking, I sometimes do that. Anyway, I loved George's story about these biscuits so much. I asked him if I could turn it into a poem. And he said, "Yes, you can." And this is a poem from my book, The Baked Bean Queen. I've got 5 books of poetry. And in this one is the story about George, and it's called The Biscuit Burglar. And I'd like to perform it for you now. The biscuit burglar creeps downstairs. Mum and Dad sleep unawares. He slides a chair up to the side, opens the cupboard and looks inside. His eyes grow big. His prize is found. He reaches up, without a sound. And with a happy cry of joy, he grabs a biscuit tin. Oh boy. He scoffs one down. Then 2, 3, 4. He cannot stop. He eats some more. And when he's finished, it's back to bed to rest his tired, sleepy head. He dreams of biscuits all night long. And even though he knows it's wrong, the very next night he goes to see if there are more biscuits that he can munch and crunch and gobble up. But sadly, he is out of luck. The biscuit tin has disappeared. And there instead, a note appeared. "Biscuit burglar, your days are done. Go back to bed. Love from Mum." That's right, Mum found him. And in fact, I've got a copy of the note that Mum wrote to George. Here it is, look. "Biscuit burglar, your days are done. Go back to bed. Love from Mum." So let this be a warning to you. If any of you try and get any yummy things while the grown-ups aren't looking, watch out. They might see you. Now, speaking of being a bit sneaky, I wonder if any of you have ever thought to yourself, "I don't want to go to school today." Or maybe, I don't want to go to work today. And have any of you ever pretended to be poorly, even when you weren't, to get out of a day? Well, I have discovered that children are very good at doing this. And I've learnt lots of tricks from children about how to do it. And it made me think of a poem a long time ago. And this is one called Sick Sid, about a boy who did not want to go to school. I'm sick, moaned Sid. I can't go to school. Sending me there would be horribly cruel. I've got pains in my head and bumps on my back. My left leg is wobbly. My knees are both cracked. A dirty great rash is spread over my toes. My hair's falling out. And just look at my nose. It's covered in lumps and bright purple warts. My throat is so croaky. I sound like a horse. My belly's got spots on. My elbows are creaky. I'm falling apart, Mum. It's really quite freaky. My tongue is all twisted. My teeth have turned green. I must be the sickest boy you've ever seen. Off to the doctor, said Mum in a flash. He'll find the cause of the pains and the rash. He'll jab you and prod you and make you shout, ow! He'll twist you and pinch you. Come on, let's go now. Hang on, wait a minute, said Sid. Just a mo. I think that my headache is starting to go. My legs are not wobbly. My knees have improved. My hair's growing back and my throat has been soothed. The spots on my belly aren't there anymore. My back's not so bumpy. My head's not so sore. My tongue has been straightened. My elbows don't creak. The warts on my nose will be gone by next week. I'm totally better. Completely brand new. Oh goodness. Oh golly. Oh whoopity-doo. I knew it, growled Mum. I'm nobody's fool. Get into the car, Sid. You're going to school. So watch out, all of those out there who think that they might just pull a fast one and pull the wool over the grown-ups' eyes. The grown-ups are very good at knowing when you're fibbing and making things up. Now, let's have another poem. This kind of poem is what's known as a kenning, and it is only 2 words per line, and it describes someone that most of us know. It's a little bit like a riddle. In my version, I will reveal the answer at the end, but some of you, I think, might get the answer before we get there. This is a poem called Guess Who. Coffee drinker, sweaty sock stinker, book reader, fearful leader, homework checker, fun wrecker, noisy talker, corridor stalker, excuse doubter, bossy shouter, classroom lurker, whiteboard worker, finger wagger, child nagger, rule maker, stuff taker, student shaker, bone breaker, pupil preacher, crazy creature. This poem features my... Did you get it? Teacher, you were right. I was once doing that in a class full of 10-year-olds and I went, my... And the boy went, squirrel. And I thought, how is a squirrel the answer to that? A whiteboard, walking through corridors, people would freak out if he started doing that. But they are great poems to try, really easy. You could do one about a mum, good cooker, big hugger. You could do one about a dad, toilet stinker. You could do one about a dog, pizza stealer, lawn weir. You could just do one about anyone. I'd really encourage you to have a go at one of them. Now, let's have a look. So, I've got 5 books. Let me show you them all. This is a Hungrumptious Blump with Sick Sid. That's the Baked Bean Queen with the Biscuit Burglar. That's Teachers Pick the Noses, like my t-shirt, because they do. There's Supersonic Gran, about a grandma who eats too many Brussels sprouts, baked beans and cauliflower and ends up on Mars by Trump power. Not that Trump. And here's Space Cafe and Other Poems. This is my latest book. I think I'm going to read you one out of here. And this is about my youngest daughter called Mabel, who loves her iPad more than anything. It's called The iPad Queen of Yorkshire. The iPad Queen of Yorkshire plays all night and day. She will not let me turn it off. She will not look away. It makes her late for dinner time. It makes her late for tea. It causes lots of arguments between the Queen and me. She goggles at it endlessly. She gazes in delight. This never-ending babysitter comforts her at night. But now the Queen is devastated. What a filthy look! I've banned her from her iPad and made her read a book. Oh, not a book. Oh, but maybe some of you like reading. I love reading. And there are lots of places you can read. And one child once said to me, Conrad, where do you like to read the best? And I said, I like reading all over the place. And he went, yeah, I know, but where's your favourite place to read? And I said, well, I tell you what, I'll write you a poem about where I like reading. And this is the final poem I'd like to read to you, all about where I like to read. I like reading in my bed. I like reading on my chair. I like reading in the garden. I like reading everywhere. I like reading on the train. I like reading in the car. I like reading in the kitchen. I like reading near and far. I like reading in the cellar. That's where I am at the moment. I like reading in the hall. I like reading in the attic. I read anywhere at all. But guess where I like reading best? Guess what I most like to do? I like reading in the bathroom whilst I'm sitting on the loo. And I bet loads of you grown-ups out there, I bet some of you have got grown-ups as well who love to read on the loo. Well, I hope that you've enjoyed listening to my poems. This is all on behalf of the Zephaniah Trust, and I would encourage you to donate if you feel that you can. But most of all, I hope you've had a good lot of fun listening to my poems. So, from me, Conrad Burdikin, to you, the general public, over and out.
Teachers pick their noses. Who knew? Thank you so much, Conrad, for that brilliant performance. And if you want to find out more about Conrad's poetry, then you can link to his website via our Decemberfest shopfront at zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest. You can find out more about him and maybe how you can get your hands on any of his 5 books. I'm thinking maybe Christmas presents, possibly. Anywho's, thank you once again to Conrad. I'm going to be sitting back and put my feet up a little bit more. I will be back later, but as earlier promised, Julia is going to be taking over for the next lot. But before she pops up, we are going to have a fantastic performance from the wonderful Great Yorkshire Chorus. I'll see you later.
Soon I will be there.
sky above you should turn dark and full of clouds, and that old north wind begins to blow.
Keep your heads together and call my name out loud. Soon you'll hear me knocking at your door. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. Ain't it good to know that you've got a friend when people can be so cold, hurt you and desert you? They'll take your soul if you let them. Don't you let them. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. You've got a friend. You've got a friend. Ain't it good to know you've got a friend? Ain't it good to know you've got a friend? Ain't it good to know you've got a friend? Ain't it good to know you've got a friend? Ain't it good to know you've got a friend? Ain't it good to know you've got a friend?
Hello to you. Wasn't that brilliant? A massive thank you to Maria and the Great Yorkshire Chorus for letting us use that as part of the festival. They've actually got their own special online performance next week on Sunday the 13th of December. So do find the Great Yorkshire Chorus on Facebook for all the details there. Right, how are you getting on? Are you enjoying it? It's been pretty brilliant so far, and I am all set up for the next section. I have got my coffee, I have got my cake, I have got my special festival lei, which I keep for these kinds of occasions, and I am very excited. I'd love to see how you're enjoying it, so please do put comments and photos in the comment section. Right, next up we have some more music with a cosy acoustic set from long-term Zeph friends John and Jenny Biglands. Enjoy!
Okay. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to Zeph Fest. So we've been asked to do like a little 20-minute set, so that's what we're doing now of our stuff. I'm John Biglands, and this is Jenny Biglands, who's going to ask me some stuff about songs that she already knows the answers to because she's married to me. And we have two guitar techs in our front room. One is a cat, well, three guitar techs. One is a cat called Mabel, and then Ellie and Josiah are just off camera distracting us in general. So Ellie, please could I have my first guitar?
So this first song is called The River Was Young Once.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about this song. When did you write the lyrics first or the music?
So I wrote the tune first, and yeah, just was a nice tune that I wrote, and then I was just writing some poetry just about the idea of a river that starts in the mountains and then grows through the cities and towns. And then Dan Day suggested that I put the two together and make a song, and it worked quite well.
Is this the tune that you wrote when we were in France?
No, that's a different one.
Oh.
This was written in the Lake District.
Very nice.
In your
Thanks.
parents' house.
See, I know your song so well. Okay.
Cool. You sing the start of this one?
I do.
Okay. Okay.
I just have to remember it.
Guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
She glides so slow at the end of her ways. Secrets she knows, but silent she stays. Remembering the days when she was young, and the world seemed so kind, the sky full of songs.
Stars and sunbeams, birds on oak trees, echo gladly sounds of her falling. Rainfall on wild nights, rivers of daylight, children laughing, singers calling, calling her home through the fields and the towns. Wiser she grows as she runs to the town. She runs down the mountainside, over the rock she glides, streams finding underground secrets. Mist on the morning fields, desert of fallen leaves, light shifting, sea loves to meet her, calling her home through the fields and towns. Wiser she grows as she runs to the sound. The river was young once, under the moon she danced, night silence, holding her closely. Once she was younger still, thought from the cold white hills, thought by the silent sun, dreaming of newborn song, wild and free, silently falling, just falling, innocent, heaven sent, falling down. Slow as she runs now,
Kissing the rain cloud,
standing the salt
soon she will be there.
Song.
So, Evensong, tell me a bit about what this song's about.
So it's really about the comfort of nature. It's about finding solace in sea and lakes and countryside. So it's lots of screenshots in my head of countryside and the idea that there's a kind of a comfort to it. And even song is like a part of a church service, isn't it? Yeah. It's like it has like a prayer-like quality to me, but also is like so even song because it's this kind of, I suppose, worship, but it's also the song of the birds and nature, particularly at night time, obviously, because even song is what I did.
I don't know that song.
Beautiful, isn't it? Just like that time when the sun's setting and there's a stillness over creation, and then that feels quite a worshipful space to me.
That dusk time is, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, you ready? What did you, is there a bit where I need to stop singing this song? Is there a bit that you're singing?
You just need it. I'm just
Okay.
support you.
Okay, good stuff.
well rehearsed.
Sunlight on tired waves, memories of childhood days, melodies of forgotten songs, born again from the waves. Life whispers and love responds. Memory lives on, even song. Starlight from ancient suns, kiss the earth but make no sounds. Silence loud as thunder breathes music all around. Life whispers and love responds.
what we behold. Light falls and the earth is glad. Here we belong, even so, even so.
Cool. Thanks very much, Josiah.
So,
Great.
there's song in.
Where will you go? So, could you just look without knocking it, look at the camera and check the numbers still going up?
You've done 12 minutes.
That's beautiful.
Very professional.
Thank you.
Quite unprofessional.
So, I know obviously all your songs, but this one is you wrote a long time ago.
Yes, this is a song about Ellie, who's currently checking that the camera's still working. When she was a little baby, and yeah, that came from a sense of responsibility. We've got this little person we've got to look after, and a sense of wonder, and a sense of carrying that through the day, the warmth of it, and the maybe fear's the wrong word, but the responsibility of being responsible for a person and being a grown up. I mean, you don't really feel like a grown up.
Yeah, I suppose there's something as well about the future, not knowing the future, isn't there, that comes out in the song.
Yeah, about wondering who she will be, where she will go. Hence the song title.
Alright then.
Cool. Okay. Did we decide that I would sing?
Yeah.
In silence of the morning, I kiss her sleeping head. The smell of brand new baby skin curl up in her bed. I walk out of the room into the cold hard day and carry the memory with me to chase the fears away. Where will you go from here? Who will you love? Who will you fear? Where will the winds blow you? Who will you love? Who will love you? Who dry your tears when I cannot find you? Who walk beside when I am far behind you? She's laughing in the morning, it's the first sound she makes. She's happy to find a new day, she's glad to be awake. She's laughing with the angels, she makes them smile. Gentle, simple, childish sounds that we both left behind. Where will you go from here? Who will you love? Who will you fear? Where will the winds blow you? Who will you love? Who will love you? Who'll dry your tears when I cannot find you? Who'll walk beside when I am far behind you? She's dancing to the music of her life. She's dancing with the angels, she makes them smile. She's laughing with the angels, they understand the gentle, simple, childish sounds that we've all left behind. Where will you go from here? Who will you love? Who will you fear? Where will the winds blow you? Who will you love? Who will love you? Who will dry your tears when I cannot find you? Who will walk beside when I am far behind you?
That's great. So you got one more that you're going to do?
Yeah, one more, which isn't by me, but I thought I'd do an old blues song. Now,
Always good, bit of blues. I'm going to leave the couch.
thank
Give
you.
it more space.
Not thank you for leaving the chair. I will see you later. So this was the first slide song I ever learned, and it's by got his name, Robert Johnson. Thank you if you've tuned in to listen to this, and hope you're having a good time. Okay, this is called Walking Blues.
Woke up this morning, view around for my shoes. And you know that baby, I had more walking blues. Woke up this morning, life feeling around for my shoes. Well, like feeling this morning, ooh, I'm walking blues. Down in this morning, I had to go ride the blinds. I've been mistreated, don't mind dying this morning. I have to go ride it blind. Well, I've been mistreated, ooh, Lord, I don't mind dying. People tell me walking blues and bad was the worst of feeling most every. People tell me you're walking blues and bad. Well, listen, worst of feeling, ooh, Lord, I most ever had.
Thanks for listening, everybody. And thanks, Josiah. You got my slide? Okay, and we press stop.
Well, that was lovely. A big thank you to John and Jenny and their guitar technicians for recording that for us. It was great. So one of the greatest things about Zephaniah is how it networks people together. And it's always brilliant to be able to bring great performers in from around the country to work with schools in Bradford. Our next performer is an actor, storyteller, and Zephaniah associates that we have enjoyed working with many a time. The most excellent and talented John Buckeridge from Parable Arts. Over to you, John.
Hello Zephaniah Trust, it is an absolute pleasure to be with you as part of your winter festival. I am so sorry I can't be with you in person, but indeed none of us can be with each other in person because of the murderous COVID. However, I am thrilled to be part of your event and I have got a story to share with you, but before that I wanted to share a little something I've written especially for this occasion. There once was a man, both folksy and wild, who went by the good name of Froude. He sported a beard and stood oh so tall, his head was often in cloud. Froude had a great passion to bring light to all, to soften life's hitches and wrinkles. He warmed up the hearts of all that he met with smiles and with eyes with a twinkle. He gathered around him some similar folk, all keen to bring joy to the people. They knew that their light should be out and about, not hidden, trapped under a steeple. There was one who banged drums and one who weaved words, and they took to the work in a hurry, and the family grew as the flame was alight, and after work, always a curry. And over the years that clan did great works, bringing smiles to hearts and to faces, and that dream of wise Froude took root in the town, bringing light into dark places. And it is a real pleasure to be part of helping Zephaniah continue to bring light to dark places right now in a particularly dark 2020. So without further ado, I would like to share a story with you. This is pre-recorded and it was part of the Yorkshire Festival of Story that happened this year, and I think it's particularly fitting for this wintry time of year. So I really hope you enjoy. Thank you so much for your time, and I really hope you enjoy it.
To Kernow now we wend our way, known to most as Cornwall, where St. Perrin's cross flies high on black and all men answer its call. In Mousehole town our story starts on December the 23rd, where storms have racked the fishing town like none before seen or heard. For week on week and month on month the cruel winds blow their way, a grip as sharp as tiger's teeth holds fisher folk at bay. Struck down each man who braved the trip, as lions do with claws, their bodies carried to ancient depths, as Mousehole's storm did roar. On this such night a fisherman sat, a cat perched upon his knee. Tom Borcock was that old man's name, who stared upon the sea. His cat, named Mouser, old and wise, saw this tempest true, for the storm was a prowling alley cat, and the town its prey pursued. Mouser, my handsome, the old man said, for he was all polite, none can sit idly by as folks starve Christmas night. The townsfolk's stores were all but gone, and cupboards were now bare, though Christmas time had found the town, it had brought aught to share. Someone must a-fishing go, the old man said with a grin. The young men should not go, I say, for they have wives and kin. But my wife died a long time hence, and children have I none. I reckon I'm the only soul who can get this task done. Mouser sat upon his knee, gave a purr of assent. Her kittens long since gone from her, her youth was all but spent. She gazed upon the growling gust that held the town twixt paws, stared unabashed into its teeth, and feared not its jaws. For none know best the hunter's way than those who hunt and scout, and none know best how traps escaped than those who set them out. So as old Tom boarded his boat to seas so far from calm, she gave a mighty leap on board. She'd keep him safe from harm. "Mouser Cat, my handsome friend," the old man cried askance, "you cannot stay aboard this trip. See how the seas dance. For I have lived a fulsome life and seen my share of glee, but all of that should come to naught if I lose you at sea." For answer, Mouser mewed just once, and old Tom stopped his moan. For those with cats will tell you true, cats aren't owned, they own. So out to sea they made their way, through Mousel's tiny port, and out into the mewling squall, a plaything for its sport. And try though he may, Tom found no fish, and leant towards despair. "I've taken life and limb in hand, with naught to show but air." But Mouser, perched upon the bow, stared Storm straight in the eye. She opened up her whiskered mouth and mewed into the sky. And as she mewed, old Tom perceived it was in fact a song. And as he got to hear the tune, he began to sing along. And as they sang with reckless tongues, the storm began to calm. And Tom took well his sudden chance to fish while safe from harm. And as they sang, and as he fished, the tempest held its peace. And as they set their course for home, their song they dared not cease. But 'tis a stretch from sea to port, as sea folk can attest, and hauling fish is hardy work that takes the wind from the chest. So as they neared the harbour lights, their song began to falter. Though Mouser's song did try its best, the storm began to alter. The crashing waves soon crashed again, and old Tom and Mouser feared, for they were tossed from bow to stern as the boat bucked and reared. Old Tom held Mouser close in arms, and tears came to his eye. "Oh, Mouser, you're a faithful friend, how can I say goodbye?" But as they braced for death's last touch, cries still upon Tom's lips, the seas were sudden glassy calm, and level was their ship. In bafflement as to the cause, they cautious looked around, and crossed the now still waters came, an oh so welcome sound. On harbour walls they saw a sight that brought joy to their hearts. The whole town gathered, singing loud, all townsfolk taking part. And as they listened and chorus rose, they realized with glee the town's cats accompanied men, mewing in harmony. So as Tom brought that boat to bay, the townsfolk calmed the storm. And never had Tom, nor Mouser too, felt quite so safe and warm. And so it was the town was fed, with plenty left for all. And after time the seas did calm, and onward went the squall. And from that time in Mousel homes a yearly feast was stated, the 23rd Tom Borcock's Eve, bravery celebrated. But in each year that he had left, Tom Borcock would explain, "'Twas Mouser Cat who calmed that storm, 'tis her we must proclaim." And so it was the tale was told, the cat of Mousel town, who saw that storm for what it was, and sang to calm it down.
What an excellent poem and some brilliant storytelling. Thank you to you, Mr. Buckerich. You can find links to John's small theatre community, Parable Arts, at our Decemberfest shop front at zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest. It'd be well worth giving them a follow because they're planning on putting out a series of pieces in 2021. While you are looking them up online, you could visit our fundraising page and support our Decemberfest appeal if you haven't already. Just visit virginmoneygiving.com/fund/keep-the-light-shining. Our work in schools and communities is so important, and the message of light, hope and joy is needed now more than ever. Right, so up next we have two short pieces for you. The first is a time-lapse piece from Zeph Associate and brilliant artist Katie Jones, inspired by John O'Donoghue's Blessing. Then there is a complete change in tone as comedian Tony Vino gives us an introductory set before he pops back later as well.
Blessing by John O'Donoghue. On the day when the weight deadens on your shoulders and you stumble, may the clay dance to balance you. And when your eyes freeze behind the grey window and the ghost of loss gets into you, may a flock of colours, indigo, red, green and azure blue, come to awaken in you a meadow of delight. When the canvas frays in the cruach of thought and the stain of ocean blackens beneath you, may there come across the waters a path of yellow moonlight to bring you safely home. May the nourishment of the earth be yours. May the clarity of light be yours. May the fluency of the ocean be yours. May the protection of the ancestors be yours. And so may a slow wind work these words of love around you. An invisible cloak to mind your life.
Sunday, 6th of December, it's Decemberfest. Can you believe it? Please put your hands together virtually, so no pin. Hands can't touch because you might transmit a virus. And welcome to the stage, this guy. No, wait. This guy. Hello, Zephaniah Trust. Amazing. We love you. Doing great work in the city. I've known John Froud for many years. He's made me proud. We had a cup of tea in Stroud. What an amazing man. What an amazing charity. All the stuff you do in schools and beyond. It's great. I mean, I used to live in Leeds, so I was able to, I heard much more. I'm in Manchester now, but when I lived there, I knew a lot more of what you're doing, and it's great to see just all the cities doing well, you know. Like obviously Leeds is all like, woo, check us, Leeds, live it, love it, and Bradford, they were like, ooh, leave it, forget it. But no, you're making Bradford proud. Well done, Zephaniah Trust. And so thank you for having me. You're going to find the next 6 hours of stand-up comedy are absolutely going to fly by. Right, no, I'm just going to do 2 little sections for you. And I'll do a little bit just to say hello, let you know how I am. And then I'm going to do something Christmassy for the next bit. So, enjoy yourself. Or go make yourself a cup of tea and come back in 8 minutes for when Garth Hewitt is probably coming off. That's Garth Hewitt. That's essentially Gareth, but without the E, because you've got plenty of E in Yorkshire. Don't worry about that. So I'm doing fine, by the way. I've as a comedian, I'm slightly grounded, but obviously the big advice apart from Rishi Sunak, who said get a different job, everyone else was saying, Tony, you need to do things online. So I've took up gambling. That's going well. My wife was starting to worry that I'd get addicted, but I said, bet you 20 quid. I won't. But I'm all right. I've did, a couple of little jobs to keep me going. I was a van driver for a bit, and I've worked at Timpson's because I've always wanted to be a key worker. Hello. And so basically, but I've got some support as well from the good, very nice. They've given me 80% of my declared taxable income, which is lovely because I've only ever given them about 30% of my actual. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's all fine. I'm fine, and we've been, doing things like I became a teacher for a while to my own children when they were home. We did homeschooling, but essentially we apportioned roles in my house. Actually, my wife was the head teacher and head of year for every subject, and I was the janitor. I just would clean things up when someone spilt something. I don't know if you know, but I've got children. I've got my own children. I don't want any more. I've got my wife's given me 2 beautiful children and 1 ugly one. Hello. I've actually only got the 2 kids. They're great. And so we were basically, my little girl, she's 8. My little boy, bless it, it's been his first year at school this year under lockdown. Can you believe it? He's 15. So there we go. And so no, he's 10, she's 8, and so we've been teaching them things. It's been great. Our homeschool, really excelled in media studies. What I'd do is I'd put them in front of Netflix for about 6 hours while I got on with my own stuff. It was amazing, and we got Ofsted inspected, and we were found to be outstanding in the garden. We were just doing some trampolining, so but that's all fine. So what you guys do in the schools is amazing. Well done. And don't worry about me. I'm fine. They're back in school now, so that we're playing sort of Corona roulette. Every so often a bubble bursts, and they come home for 2 weeks. They laugh and dance. I cry, but it's all right. And so what's gone on? By the way, I had it. I had the virus, coronavirus. I had it back in. I think I got it in like May. It was okay. I've had it's an interesting one. Being a comedian that travelled a lot, I used to get various rare tropical viruses and stuff. Like once, I was on a cruise ship. Do you remember when they used to be around? I was doing a show and I caught norovirus, and that was a very strange one. I remember it basically, and it goes, and it comes out of both ends, which was very weird. And worst thing is that you don't know if you basically yawning or if it's a fart, or you basically I was like this. I was like, oh no. I was horrified, as were the people in the jacuzzi. But let's not worry about that. So I've been not travelling. Like, I've not. My father lives out in Spain. My father is called Mariano. He's because my second name is Vino, and he lives out in Spain. So I've not seen him for a very long time. He has we speak on the phone. He has a very sexy accent. I don't know how this happened, but he talk like this, and I talk like this. But he's doing fine, my dad. But by the way, he's retired. And the thing that my dad does, which is his little semi-retired project, he's got 2 houses over here, and one of them isn't far from you. It's in Wakefield, and he's like this, and he goes in one of my house. I have living in one of my house some aliens. What do you think about that? It's like that. It's pronounced Somalians. So. There we go, and so he's doing fine. I'm well. Me and my wife are getting on good. We do things like during lockdown we do things like role play. She pretends to be the landlord. I pretend to be on a night out. That's basically it. But she's more centered and basically gathered than I am, because I'm like, I want to do stuff. She's like, we can't do anything. We're here, we're in, everything's shut. So she's gone on a mindfulness course. Now I recommend it. Now if you've heard of mindfulness, basically what it is, right? She's like, she goes, Tony, for date night we're going to do some mindfulness. And it's like, what does that involve? She says, what we've got to do, we've got to sit together for half an hour in silence. And I'm like, that's different. How? Just a normal night, but there we go. So listen, I'm going to come back shortly, okay, and then I'll do. Let's do you a little song. Shall we do you a song? It's Zephaniah Trust. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Yo, Zephaniah Trust. It's just a short song, so I hope you enjoyed that. Merry Christmas, and I'll see you soon with a Christmas presentation. You're amazing. God bless you. Good night. Thank you. No encores. Leave it. Do something else. Get Gareth Hewitt on, or his daughter. Yes.
Brilliant. Well, I enjoyed that very much. Tony will be back to make us laugh some more shortly, which is nice. So one of my threads of work with Zephaniah is working with refugee organisations in Bradford, which is a city of sanctuary, and providing activities each week for refugee families, helping to run the Refugee Forum, and working with Julie to deliver our myth-busting drama project, Refugee Voices. And during lockdown, I've been involved with delivering support packages for families stuck at home. Through this work, I've been lucky enough to meet so many brilliant and vibrant people who are making our city a much better place. And this next act should show you exactly what I mean. I am delighted to introduce to you the Masanzi Family Choir.
Hi everyone, the Masanzi Family Choir here with another song. We are back to bless your day with another Swahili song. Today's song in Swahili says, Kwa Mungu uwe utukufu, and it's translated in English to say, to God be the glory. I think if we were to ask you what are you grateful for today, you will probably list a lot of things that you want to thank God for. And although this year has been a bit crazy, we still have so much to thank God for our health, for protection, for our families, and just for His grace over us. We are thankful to God for all that He has done, for sending His Son to die on the cross for us, and through His blood He bought us with His precious blood and forgave our sins. Let us rejoice in Him and give Him all the honor and praise and glory. And we want to encourage you this week to list all the things that you're thankful for and spend time with God and give Him all the honor that He surely deserves.
Kwa Mungu mkuu uwe utukufu, sababu ya yote aliyoyafanya.
mzuri, ndiye mwana wake kwa ajili ya dhambi. Tutukuze, tutukuze jina la Mungu wetu. Tutukuze, tutukuze na tumufurahie. Kuja kwa Baba, kwa Yesu Mwokozi, na umutukuze mkubwa zaidi. Ametukomboa, ametununua kwa njia ya damu iliyo thamani. Mwenye dhambi nyingi anayeamini anasamehewa kwa siku yenyewe. Tutukuze, tutukuze jina la Mungu wetu. Tutukuze, tutukuze na tumufurahie. Kuja kwa Baba, kwa Yesu Mwokozi, na umutukuze mkubwa zaidi. Kwa Mungu mjuu uwe utukufu, tumufurahie kwa jina la Yesu. Furaha kuliko tutakuwa nayo wakati tutakapomwona na macho. Tutukuze, tutukuze jina la Mungu wetu. Tutukuze, tutukuze na tumufurahie. Kuja kwa Baba, kwa Yesu Mwokozi, na umutukuze mkubwa zaidi. Tutukuze, tutukuze jina la Mungu wetu. Tutukuze, tutukuze na tumufurahie. Kuja kwa Baba, kwa Yesu Mwokozi, na umutukuze mkubwa zaidi. Tutukuze, tutukuze jina la Mungu wetu. Tutukuze, tutukuze na tumufurahie. Kuja kwa Baba, kwa Yesu Mwokozi, na umutukuze mkubwa zaidi.
Before we sing today, we're going to share with you some words of encouragement, and we hope it blesses you.
We're going to read in Matthew chapter 11, verse 28. Come to me, you all who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Yes, we're passing through very difficult time, but we have to remember that even though we're passing through the valley of the death, Jesus is alive and he's with us.
Amen.
And he told us, I will never leave you nor forsake you. He will take us surely to the shore.
Amen.
The song of today is entitled, it's a song in Swahili, it's entitled Saya Maombi, meaning the sweet time of, or the sweet hour of prayer. Just 1 hour for prayer, what we call prayer time, is so sweet like honey. And you know, it's a time when we are invited by the Most High, the King of Kings, our God, our Heavenly Father, to come at any time in front line of His throne of grace, and to bring our problems and needs for solutions.
Yes.
And as a result, our sorrows and sadness will give space to consolation.
Yes.
And our 3 T's, temptation, trials and tests, will give space to another T called testimony.
Amen.
And what a joy! What a joy when we leave the burdens down there at the feet of the King of Kings and walk free and go to our daily businesses. Our Father delights, the song says, He delights to see His children still believing or trusting Him in bad times.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord.
Saya maombi iko tamu inatuita kwa Baba Mungu, kwa kiti chake cha neema tunaonyesha hitaji letu wakati wa huzuni nyingi, faraja nzuri tunapata na tunashinda majaribu wakati tunapoomba Mungu. Saya maombi iko tamu, furaha nyingi kwa roho zetu, kuleta kwake Yesu Kristo mizigo inayotusumbusha, tutupe kwake masumbuko, aliahidi kuyabeba, na raha ataleta kwetu wakati tunapoomba Mungu. Saya maombi iko tamu, kupata nguvu kwa roho zetu, Mwokozi wetu mwaminifu yuko tayari kutubariki, inamfurahisha kweli wakati tunapomwamini, anasikia na kujibu wakati tunapoomba Mungu, inamfurahisha kweli wakati tunapomwamini, anasikia na kujibu wakati tunapoomba Mungu, inamfurahisha kweli wakati tunapomwamini, anasikia na kujibu wakati tunapoomba Mungu.
Well, that was brilliant. I absolutely loved that. Thank you so much to Faraha and her parents for contributing to Decemberfest. And they have made such a positive contribution to the community of Bradford as well. There is a link to Faraha's YouTube channel in our Decemberfest shop front if you would like to see more from them. The shop front is at zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest. Right, it is time to welcome back professional comedian Tony Vino. I hope you're ready for some laughs.
Here I am, people. I'm back. Thank you for having me. As you can see, I've changed my shirt because I thought this bit really needs some new material. Hello, Merry Christmas. So, as you know, I'm Tony Vino, and this is my celebrity Lucky Likey, and obviously that's me on this bit, and then the other guy, that's my celebrity Lucky Likey, which is Chris Barry from British Empire, because I look a bit like him, although my name is closest to Tim Vines out of all comedians. Tony Vino and Tim Vine are phonetically the closest. There's so much so if you go on Google and type in Tony Vino comedian, Google actually say, were you not looking for Tim Vine? Thanks very much, Google. A little bit about myself. My next celebrity Lucky Likey is this guy, Brendan Cole from Strictly. Dun, 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 dun. This is his shirt. I stole it. So he apparently I was once on a cruise ship and an old dear came to me. Now, do you remember cruise ships? Remember when they ran? They're very good. And she came and she said, I just want to let you know, son, you don't look anything like him. You want to watch a program called Benidorm, and you're much more like the bloke off that. I'd never seen it. I had a little look. Oh well. So that's more like me. And now, basically, what I wanted to do for you people is for Zephaniah Trust, because it's Christmas time and we're preparing for the festive season, and I'm about to go into my loft to get out the Christmas tree. I'm going to take a torch because, like the Zephaniah Trust, I'm going to take light into dark corners. But basically what I wanted to do is to do a Christmas presentation for you for Decemberfest, mainly because I wanted to use some old material. But what I wanted to do, it was this is a time, Christmas time, where we are to think of people less fortunate than ourselves. And I've been unemployed now since March 2020, and I've had to stay in and teach my own children all sorts of lessons, and I was meant to travel around the world. So currently I'm finding it difficult to think of anyone less fortunate than myself. However, we shall endeavour. Now here is my Christmas presentation, and not just for the kids, Merry Christmas. It's for everyone. Now, one of the things is to say, Christmas, we need to remember the reason for the season. Christ, Emmanuel, means God with us. He came and brought his presents, and which is why we have presents. And obviously, a lot of kids love Santa. That's the big character all kids know about at Christmas, and everybody loves Santa. But it's really sad this year because of COVID. We're not allowed to, like, remember when you could go meet Santa at the shopping mall? Oh my goodness, that was like the highlight of every kid's year. Oh, kids can't get enough of him. Look at this. Oh my goodness, we just can't get enough. Please, I just want to stay more with this guy. I mean, he's just incredible. Oh my goodness, Mummy, give me a couple more minutes. All kids love him. It's just across the world. They love Santa. They want to have more of it. This is an international institution that we've lost. Look at them. Oh my goodness. It's not just kids as well that love Santa. But I mean, animals love him as well. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, it's absolutely. And just. So, but we'll be back on next year. The vaccine will kick in, and you can sit on Santa's knee. And remember, you're never too old. So there we go. Now, this is our Advent calendar. This is my idea for this year. If you want to save some money, because it's been a tough year financially for people, so here's a make your own Advent calendar. And forget the branded Disney stuff and the whatever Hello Kitty branded. This is the future of Advent calendar. Like, because you get all sorts of branded Advent calendars, don't you? You even get a Mormon advent calendar. Have you seen it? It's like normal advent calendars, but the doors are really hard to prise open, and someone's just hid behind the couch. So here's your advent calendar. But remember, it's about presents. But it also, in terms of giving a present, the best gift you can give is your time. And I'm going to give you about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to start charging. But try do think of your loved ones, and you think of your wife or your husband or your children. Get them something classy. A toilet teapot for starters. If it'll transform. It'll go down the Swanee. My daughter, I remember last year, she had the best Christmas present that she could ever have wanted. Right, she wanted a pet, so we decided to get her first pet. She was 7 at the time, so we got her a guinea pig. She was dead excited, and we had to explain though it's a very very big responsibility. So we said, look, I said to her, this is your pig. Okay, he's going to be with us for a few years, and then one day he will leave us. He will die, but don't worry, on that day, we will bury him, we'll say a prayer, and then we'll have some cake and sweets. And she's like, can we kill it now? She loves sweets. So remember to give presents, but remember the reason for this season, that Jesus came, and Zephaniah brings light to the corners, and Christ brought light to the world, and he was born in a manger. I don't know if you speak any other language, but if you speak French, born in a manger means prêt à manger. And so remember that, and appreciate that they've prêt à manger is not just for Christmas. You can have a coffee at Easter as well. So get out there, get shopping. It's I think Black Friday's already happened. Online. I remember when we used to go to the shops for Black Friday. This was it in Sheffield. Look at that! Oh my goodness! Now you might recognise this film. Guess what it is? What is it? What film's this? What film's this from? What film? No, it's not a Sheffield version of The Gladiator. This is Noah, and a biblical film, another story in the Bible. Now, this got panned by the critics. I can't see why. I thought it was an excellent film, but apparently it went too far. It wasn't faithful to the original biblical text, and the story. But I mean, it was quite an extreme film. I'm not entirely sure how we went, from this to this. It is a bit of a leap, but the thing is, we have been, whenever throughout history, artists and storytellers have been trying to depict biblical characters. We don't even know what they look like, So you think about like Noah. Here's a very famous picture of Noah. It's at the National Gallery in London. And again, the artist doesn't actually know what Noah looks like. He's just gone, well, let's get Santa Claus, put a tea towel on his head. Happy Christmas, happy Easter. And then, what about this one? This one's famous. This is in the New York Gallery. And again, amazing picture of Noah, but absolutely, the artist just making things up. Look at it. Look at all those sheep. 4, 5. We all know that animals went in 2 by 2, and we know that Noah did not play the didgeridoo. So why has he got one there? It's ridiculous. And then obviously we know there was the flood. And that's when dinosaurs disappeared. Did you not know about that? Well, you ever wondered why? Well, it would never have worked. Look at that. It would never have worked. So we've looked at Noah, we've looked at Christmas, and what I wanted to basically end with was to say, Zephaniah Trust, let your light shine across Bradford. Get your marketing out there, just put a big. What we should have is a John Froude calendar. Absolutely, just John Froude in various different beard waxings. That's all we want, and I think that's going to be, because you want to get the message out of what you're doing there. And Christian charities and the church have been this time of year is a really good time of year to basically communicate to our communities. I've got, and this is, hopefully this will inspire you, because I've been trying to look at, what's the best way to connect with the community. You've got to get your signage right, and there's some absolutely amazing examples that I will show you. Look at this. The class on prophecy has been cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. They literally didn't see that one coming. Well, what about, do you know what hell is? Come Hear Our Preacher, by the ironically titled Mount Pleasant Baptist Church. There we go. Who Farts in Church sits in his own pew. Yes, enough of that. Don't let worries kill you. Let the church help. Well, why ever not? Look at that. We love hurting people. When it comes to communication, just put a little comma in there. That's my suggestion. Don't make me come down there. God, always good to put an authority behind a quote. Don't make me come down there. It's you're not going to argue with that, are you? Having trouble sleeping? Try one of our sermons. Yeah, you can download it and then fall asleep. Look at that. And Christmas, easier to spell than Hanukkah. What a wonderful example of interfaith dialogue there. So Merry Christmas, one and all. And if you I do enjoy a turkey at Christmas, and but if you've I'm not going to, because I'm vegetarian. I've been 5 years now, so I've been 5 Christmases without eating turkey. Apparently it's a more healthy lifestyle, eating just vegetables, because white meat stays in your gut for a couple of weeks. Red meat stays in your gut for up to 2 months, apparently. Green meat leaves it immediately, but don't worry about that. But it's I became a vegetarian just because I love the environment. I love it so much, I've started to eat more of it, which is good. But and maybe as we go past Christmas and you think about New Year's resolutions, I would encourage you to live more sustainably and perhaps think about becoming a vegetarian. And you might think, I'm addicted to meat. Well, it's not a problem. You can get those patches, salami. Give that a go. But if enjoy your turkey this year, guilt free, and if you can't be bothered, just get. Oh, I've not showed this one, by the way. This is this seems like an okay church sign. You think Jesus is watching you, by the Roman Catholic Church of San Juan County, but remember, it's context. Where we decide to put it. Next to an adult video store. Oh dear, there we go. So now this is what I want to say. Have yourself some KFC on Christmas Day. Put your feet up. Don't bother making that massive turkey. Just get you get a bargain there. Book it. It should be you and horses are the people that should be eating out of buckets. So I say, go for it. And by the way, little fact that the colonel in KFC, he was never actually in the army because he didn't pass the medical. If you have a look, you'll see that he's got a really big head, but only small arms and small legs there. So he's only must have been like that big, really. So so Merry Christmas, Zephaniah. Trust. Merry Christmas to you all. Maybe and spare a thought for the less fortunate like me, comedian, being out of work for 8 months. Don't worry about that, But if you wanted to go on tonyvino.co.uk and buy a DVD or something like that, and then if you've liked it, give it to give it to someone you're fond of. If you think this has been absolutely rubbish, then give it to someone you don't like. Absolutely, give it DVD. I mean, I've been doing comedy so long that when I brought out my DVD, people had DVD players. I'll go on there and get a T-shirt or something like that. Now, last little thing is thinking about people less fortunate than ourselves. That one of the best examples at Christmas was, do you remember Band Aid? Band Aid, they did the great song. Do they know it's Christmas time? And what I want to do is just is get behind all that charity work, but don't look too much at the details, because I've been listening to it, and this is what I've been slightly. Just main thing is to get with the spirit of it, not the actual words, because that can be slightly troublesome. Here we go. So look at this. Be snow in Africa this Christmas time. Well, technically, there's snow all year round on Mount Kilimanjaro, but don't worry about that. What I'm saying is get involved in the spirit of what they're trying to say, and let's not be pernickety. When it comes to charity and supporting charity, it's good to come with the right spirit, the right open heart. So, you know, and the greatest gift they'll get this year is love. Exactly. So think about Africa, people. Think about Africa. Ever grows. Well, actually, Africa is the largest exporter of coffee, banana, and many other products. But again, I don't want you to get bogged down in the that's just details. Come on, we're doing this for Africa. Come on, Band-Aid. No rain or river flows. Well, I mean, there is the Nile, but again, stop getting bogged down and just go with the spirit of it. Here we go. Come on, here we go. Do they know it's Christmas time at all? Well, they've got a higher population of Christians than we do have per person than here in the UK, so they actually do. However, what I'm saying is feed the world, feed Bradford, feed any birds that have got caught in John Froude's beard, and feed yourselves. You're amazing. Here we come, 2021. It's going to be a better year than this one. Absolutely. Love you all. God bless. Thank you much. Bye-bye.
Amazing. Thank you so much to Tony for filming that for us. And if you enjoyed that, do hop over to our shop front at zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest, where you will find a link to Tony's online shop, where you can get books, DVDs, t-shirts, and even a one-on-one comedy performing Zoom tutorial for if you have been inspired to give it a go. It's been such a tough year for the art industry, so it would be brilliant if we could repay some of their support for our festival by doing some online last-minute Christmas shopping. So do hop over there if you can. Right, it is nearly time for me to pass you back to Yvonne. But before I go, I will say one last time, don't forget to donate. Well, it has been lovely. Yvonne will be with you in about 20 minutes. But before that, it's been such a full programme, and you might be ready for a bit of a dance. So here are the amazing and brilliant party band Motif.
Hello, Decemberfest. We are very excited to be here. We are Motif. This is our first gig since lockdown, and although you are a bit further away than we would like, we are very excited to do this. Jenny is in her own little plastic cage because she goes crazy when we start playing. Right, let's go for it. Woo! I just can't wait till the day that you knock on my door. Every time I go for the mailbox, gotta hold myself down. I just can't wait till you mail me, you're coming around. I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, don't it feel good? I used to think maybe you love me. Now, baby, I'm true. I just can't spend my whole life just waiting for you. Don't want you back for the weekend, not back for the day. Baby, I just want you back, I want you to stay. I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, I'm walking on sunshine. just can't wait till the day that you knock on my door. Don't want you back for the weekend, not back for the day. Baby, I just want you back, I want you to stay. I'm walking on sunshine, whoa, I'm walking on sunshine, whoa, I'm walking on sunshine, whoa, don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine.
So if you're not already dancing back at home on your screen, it's not just a sit-down gig this. We expect to see you fully dancing in your kitchens, in your living rooms, in your bedrooms, up and down the stairs. This is a full-on energetic gig, so get up to it.
I don't want to lose this good thing that I've got. 'Cause if I do, I will surely lose a lot. 'Cause your love is better, and love I've ever known is like thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. I better knock on wood, baby. I'm not superstitious about you, but I can take no chance. You got me spinning, baby. It's like I'm in a trance. 'Cause your love is better, ain't a love I've ever known. It's like thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. I better knock on wood. It's no secret, that woman, she fills my loving cup. She sees to it that I get enough. Just one touch from her, you know she means so much to me. It's like thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. I better knock on getting shaky. Thought I'd have to leave it behind. Now it's so much better. I'm funking out in every way, and I never lose that feeling. How I love my lesson that day, when they were dancing and singing and moving to the groove, and just then it hit me. Somebody turned around and shouted, "Play that fucking music, white boy. Play that fucking music right. Play that fucking music, white boy. Lay down the boogie and play that funky music till you die." Are you ready for a sax solo from Mr. Alex Jones? When they was dancing and singing and moving to the groove, and just when it hit me, somebody turned around, shouted, "Play that fucking music, white boy. Play that fucking music, white. Play that fucking music, white boy. Lay down the boogie and play that funky music." Now first it wasn't easy, changing rock and roll in mind. Things were getting shaky. I thought I'd have to leave it behind. Now it's so much better. I'm funking out in every way, and I never lose that feeling. How I love my lesson that day, when they was dancing and singing and moving to the groove, and just then it hit me. Somebody turned around and shouted, "Play that fucking music, white boy. Play that fucking music, white. Play that fucking music, white boy. Lay down the boogie and play that funky music till you die." Walked through the party in the county jail. This band was there when they began to wail. The drum was drumming and the place began to swing. They ought to seen the knocked out jailbird sing, "Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody on the old city block." They were dancing to the jailhouse rock. Spider Mama played the tender saxophone. Little boy was throwing on the slide trombone. Drummer boy playing it on crash boom band. Oh, and say you want the purple can. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody on the old city block. They were dancing to the jailhouse rock. Number 47 said number 3. You ought to give a damn about that I ever did see. Sure be lighter in your company. Walk through the jailhouse rock with me. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody on the old city block. They were dancing to the jailhouse rock. A block of stone, way over in the corner, all alone. One less somebody, don't you be no square. Can't find a part of you, the wooden square. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody on the old city block. They were dancing to the jailhouse rock.
think we're about out of breath now. That was really fun, so I really hope you enjoyed that. We're on our last song now, so if you're not off the couch, this is your chance to join with us for our final song tonight. We've really had a lot of fun, so thank you so much for tuning in and for dancing along with us. Here we are, Take On Me. Are we ready?
Talking away, I don't have that much to say, I'll say it anyway. You're all the things I've got to remember, shying away. I'll be coming for your love anyway. Take on me, take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. Needless to say, I'm on to ends, but I'll be so in a way. You're all the things I've got to remember, shying away. I'll be coming for your love anyway. Take on me, take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. That you say, is it love or just to play my worries away? You're all the things I've got to remember, shying away. I'll be coming for your love anyway. Take on me, take me on. I'll be gone. Take on me, take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two.
Thank you guys, thanks for watching that. If you danced, thank you for dancing. If you laughed, that is fine.
Thanks for joining in.
Bye.
Ooh, wow. Oh, Motif, how good was that? Oh, my stars. I hope, like me, you have just been up and boogieing away, dancing shoes on, well, slippers on, dancing slippers on, to that. Ah, I'm exhausted. I'm ready to sit down for the rest now, because that was astounding. Thank you. And I know that it was particularly difficult trying to get that recorded, obviously with all the social distancing rules that had to be observed. So massive thank you to Motif for recording that for us today. It was brilliant. we are heading now into our final hour and a half. So that seems like a pretty good time to now say a massive thank you to everyone who has been involved so far. We appreciate it so much that you have donated your time, your effort, your gifts to this Decemberfest today. I am really enjoying it. I hope you guys out there are really enjoying it too. Do please keep sending in your comments. Let us know how you're enjoying it. Send us pictures of how you've just been booging away to Motif, if that's what you were doing, if you've got any photos of that. Send us photos of your recent cup of tea or whatever it is that you're drinking. Show us your empty wrappers for how many chocolates or biscuits you've scoffed while we've been going through all this. It would be great to see and to keep connected with you. And on that front, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking with us. We really hope that you are enjoying it. And if you have donated so far, thank you. It's what this is all about, really. It's not just sharing the amazing talents of all these wonderful people that are connected one way or another with Zephaniah, but it is, of course, trying to raise some much needed funds for the work that we do in Zephaniah. It's still here. If you've not yet donated and you feel like you can, please do pop along and donate whatever you can for us. We appreciate it so much. But don't go anywhere. As I say, we've still got an hour and a half yet to come. And coming right up now, we are going to be blessed by the beautiful voice of singer, songwriter, musician Rachel Croft from York. So sit back and enjoy.
Hi there everyone, I am Rachel Croft and thank you so much for having me on Decemberfest. I'm excited to share with you some of my songs and some covers that I'm doing. So without further ado, the first song that I would like to play for you, or show you a recording of, let's be real, is Oh Holy Night, and I recorded this last year in Young Thug Studio in York, and I loved it so much that this year I decided to do a full winter album, and I included this track on there, so I really hope you enjoy it.
Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Saviour's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till He appeared and the soul felt its worth. The thrill of hope, the weary soul rejoices through yonder breaks, and you in glorious morn fall on your knees. Oh, hear the angel voice. Oh, night divine. Oh, night when Christ was born. Oh, night. Oh, holy night. Oh, night divine. Led by the light of faith serenely beaming, with glowing hearts by His cradle we stay. So let the light, a star sweetly gleaming, here came the wise men of Orient land. The King of Kings us to love one another. His law is love, and his gospel is peace. Chains shall he break, for the slave is our brother. In his name all oppressions will cease. Sweet hymns of joy in grateful chorus raise we in all in us. Praise his holy name. Fall on your knees. Oh, hear the angel voice. Oh, night divine. Oh, night when Christ was born. Oh, night, oh, holy night, oh, night divine.
So next up is a song that I wrote myself. It's called We Are, and I released it in, I believe, May of this year. It was written though in the previous year, and it just happened to be quite sort of appropriate for the times we were living in, which has kind of put me off playing it since, but then I rediscovered it when I was looking through videos to share with you guys. The kind of sound that I've been going for is more of kind of an indie rock, kind of indie folk, kind of, I don't know, ethereal cinematic kind of vibes, I guess. It's featuring a minor cold that I had at the time, which is why I'm slightly nasal, but hopefully you can still get the vibe of the song. You can hear it on Spotify and you can see a proper music video of it on YouTube. You just need to follow or subscribe to Rachel Croft, and I hope you enjoy it.
They were standing right at the ending, flurries of dust that fell like snow. You tell me to listen, always the voice of reason, but I don't want to know, 'cause you don't know me nothing, nothing at all. Drink till I feel nothing, nothing at all. I'm so tired of the state I'm in. I'm so tired of this mess we're in. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are. I'm so tired, where do we begin to change the world we are living in? We are, we are, we are, we are, we are. I dreamed of a garden, it was drowning in shadows, and all of the leaves had turned to grey. Will you paint me an answer that I could believe in? 'Cause we can't live this way, and they don't owe us nothing, nothing at all. They'll take till there's nothing, nothing at all. I'm so tired of the state I'm in. I'm so tired of this mess we're in. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are. I'm so tired, where do we begin to change the world we are living in? We when I have wished that I could see so far into the distance to find out where a road might lead. And there have been times when I have wished that I could fly right out into the world on some wings that I could buy. I'm so tired of this state I'm in, so tired of this mess we're in. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are. I'm so tired, where do we begin to change the world we are living in? We are, we are, we are, we are, we are. I know we are going down. Ooh. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are. I know we are going down. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are. We are, we are, we are, we are, we are.
So next, my third song is going to be another cover, and it's by my absolute idol, Joni Mitchell. I love her so much. When I was small, her album and Eva Cassidy's album were both played on rotation, so I feel like that's where I've got a lot of my female voice inspiration from, I guess. So yeah, this song's called River, and it's also on my North Star Winter Live collection, which you can buy in a little shop, which I think is going to be posted somewhere around here. Anyway, yeah, if you go on rachelcroftmusic.com/shop, you can get your hands on one of those and I can sign it for you. But here is one of the actual tracks. So there isn't actually a picture of me, so do forgive me, but it is me singing live. I just didn't film it, and I hope you don't mind that. So this is my humble take on my Dream Woman's song, River.
It's coming on Christmas, they're cutting down trees, they're putting up reindeer and singing songs of joy and peace. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on, but it don't snow here, it stays pretty green. I'm gonna make a lot of money and I'm gonna quit this crazy scene. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I wish I had a river so long I would teach my feet to fly. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I made my baby cry. He tried hard to help me, you know, he put me at ease, and he loved me so not, he made me weak in the knees. I wish I had a river I could skate away on, but I'm so hard to handle, I'm selfish and I'm sad. Now I've gone and lost the best baby that I ever had. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. Oh, I wish I had a river so long I would teach my feet to fly. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I made my baby say goodbye. It's coming on Christmas. They're cutting down trees. They're putting up reindeer singing songs of joy and peace. I wish I had a river I could skate away on.
It's been an absolute pleasure playing for you guys in this strange kind of way, showing you some of my songs, and I really hope that you've enjoyed it. I would like to finish on a recording from February 2019, which was the first and only time so far that I've played original music with my band, a 7-piece band, and we cobbled it together. And it was there was no big rehearsal, there was nothing fully planned for this, but it came out so beautifully, and it is one of the highlights of my career. And I just really had to share with you my favorite original song that I played, which was Only Dreams. And I'm getting the vibes of First Aid Kit, if you know that band, and I was feeling so cool with my full silver outfit. So yeah, I would like to finish on this really happy memory for me, and I'd like to wish you season's greetings, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival. All right, thank you so much, bye. This one's a bit more reverby.
Burning lungs can turn around. You call me out, but I can't make it sound. You run so fast, think I might fly. Would you forgive me if I try? 'Cause we are only dreams left by the night.
Beautiful, stunning, sublime, you could even say. Rachel, thank you so much for that. Rachel has, if you're interested, Rachel has a new album out, which is titled The North Star, a Winter Collection. And guess where you can find out more details about that? That's right, our Decemberfest shopfront. Go to zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest to find out more details about Rachel and her new album. But now, very exciting, coming up next, a man that I feel privileged to call a friend, a man who we've known for many years now, really, really good friend of Zephaniah, and he is another of those people with such a way with words. He is poet extraordinaire with an accent that is just the best. It is the one, the only, Stuart Henderson.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm going to start with a couple of children's poems, in fact, and then, as I said in the first half, I'll be reading some poems from my new collection for grown-ups called Especially Now. But first of all, here is a poem dedicated to all mothers. I think mothers are fantastic. I think they're brilliant. I think they are the uncrowned queens of the universe. So here's a poem called My Mother Smells. My mother smells of pizza, toast and shepherd's pie. My mother smells of ironing and washing almost dry. My mother smells of hair gel. Her cut is short and slick, and sometimes if the baby's ill, my mother smells of sick. Bleh. My mother smells of perfume, although she's getting on. My mother smells of girls' night out. She's almost 41. My mother smells of safety. Is that so of other mums? My mother smells of worry when the debit statement comes. My mother smells of patience. But if I'm doing wrong, my mother smells of very cross, which doesn't last that long. My mother smells of many things, of chips, a duvet cover, styling mousse, soiled bibs, and love, and love, and love. These smells are all my mother. One of the abiding memories which will stay with me, hopefully, on this sort of mortal path, is Zephaniah related. Last year I was invited to contribute a wee poem to a very special evening, because Zephaniah, being one of the organisations working with refugees in Bradford, the city of sanctuary, put on an evening for children and families, refugee families, and there was a refugee choir formed, a scratch choir, and they were fantastic, absolutely wonderful. And also we had a bit of a do. There was a fantastic meal laid on as well. And I began to be not only humbled, but moved and inspired by these people, because they brought their stories, they brought their narratives, they brought their histories. And yet the evening was one of joy and community and enfolding. I'd like to read a poem which is associated with the refugee experience. It's called Displaced Person, and it's written by an English boy writing about his new pal. There's a new boy in school. He sits next to me. I've been asked to look after him too. Make certain he's in the right classroom. Make sure he's not in the wrong queue. For lunch and assembly and break time, he's quiet and he's nervous and small. He got lost on his way to the playground. I found him in tears in the hall. He seems to be bothered by most things and finds writing in English so hard. He much prefers football to lessons. He's jumpy and always on guard. The name of my new friend is Tariq. He's come all the way from Iraq. His parents don't have the right visa. I'm afraid that he might be sent back. And 3 poems to finish with, as promised, from Especially Now. Only available from my website, Stuart-Henderson.com, but I think it appears in the associated notices and literature that Zeph are kindly putting up, connected to this evening. I'm fascinated by the way the British use cliches in order to cover really concealed, immensely deep feelings, such as one of those cliches from my growing up days: least said, soonest mended. Least said, soonest mended. Least said, soonest mended. Well, here we are, very far from Zen, and I don't think it's turned out nice again. And you can't say nout in case thousands get offended. Least said, soonest mended. The nights are foaming and the days fermenting. The patio's cracked and it needs cementing. And my cheery garden gnomes have all been upended. Least said, soonest mended. And they're shooting their own at the BBC. And the abacus is arbitrary. At the Treasury, life's terms and conditions have been amended. Least said, soonest mended. The bread is hard and the vessel is dry. Decorum's been ditched as our sins multiply. Civility's values have been suspended. Least said, soonest mended. Desecration gangs do unspeakable things, the equivalent of pulling off a butterfly's wings. The violation pit to which we've descended. Least said, soonest mended. But we keep ticking over, best not make a fuss, though the plagues of Egypt have got nothing on us. The apocalypse date keeps being extended. Least said, soonest mended. Shangri-La's shut, we're bereft of the wise, though chandelier planets still brilliance the skies. The end may be coming, but the story's not ended. Least said, soonest mended. One day soon, soonest mended. Any time when, soonest mended. Looking for signs, when, where, soonest mended. And the title track from Especially Now, cunningly called Especially Now. Louis MacNeice, the great Irish poet, said that the poet is a maker, not so much the mouthpiece of a community, for then he or she will only tell what it knows already, but rather the poet is its conscience, its critical faculty, its generous instinct. Especially now should be the feast days of the tingling language, with couplets and verve verses, ideal for morose sable evenings as we mope and mule behind the sandbags. Especially now should be the oddball hallelujahs and sunny sonnets suitable for interments, estrangements and catastrophes. Counterverse available over the counter, deeper than shipwrecks and fathomable, especially now. For these are the raving strapped to our bed days. The afternoons have been sectioned, the mornings dare not leave the house. Especially now should be the tumbling tongues of the perverse and palliative, words that are a harpsichord at a bullfight, ballads that breach the stale partitions, that scale the entrenched towers, words to whistle in the tumult, beseeching irregular anthems, choruses that cascade torrents of stillness, goldfinch profound, to prostrate the sanctimonious, the synthetic, and the simulated holiness in us. Elegies for the desolate and the decimated, especially now, the reckless, rash, goosebumps language, especially now. And one festive poem to finish with from Especially Now. Last Boxing Day, my wife Carol and I went round to our pals for a slap-up Boxing Day tea, and it was wonderful. It was a case of the grandparents were there, a great-grandfather was there, who sadly died in hospital quite recently from COVID, and he died alone in a hospital called Fazakerley in Liverpool. And this poem is, I hope it's a harbinger of hope as we spend a very different Christmas in our houses. Festivity. I've certainly room for some trifle, and that iced cake is looking much plush. In fact, the whole table's abundant, delavish, deluxe and delush. Can you taste the cream in this poem and the marzipan carpet of gold as we gather warm kin and most jolly, both clan and a welcoming fold? There are several old friends at the table, including a riot of elves who keep pulling crackers then screaming. It's their way of enjoying themselves. An angel has landed, quite peckish, bringing snaps of the Christmas tree moon. A reindeer in need of an eye test is crunching the baby's new spoon. The dog is wedged under the high chair, hoping for showers of food. The cat's just surprised us by belching, then exclaiming, "Ha, I'm frightfully rude." There are goblins and fairies on toadstools who've brewed their own buttercup beer. But there's one empty place at the table. Please ensure that you can come next year. Thank you very much for listening. Please contribute anything you can, if you can, and no pressure if you can't, to the Zephaniah Trust. It's bringing light into dark corners. Thank you, and a very happy Christmas.
Stuart, thank you so much for that. Stuart is such a great friend of Zephaniah, and we have loved the many times that he has come to visit us up here in Bradford. And oh my goodness, we don't half look forward to the day when he can come and visit us again. Hopefully it won't be too far in the future. But Stuart, thank you for all your support that you've given to Zephaniah over the years, and thank you for what you've shared with us here at Decemberfest today. We love your poems and we love you. If you would like to get your hands on some of Stuart's poetry, then do head over to his website. It is the only place that you can buy his brand new book, Especially Now. And funnily enough, there is a link to Stuart's website via our Decemberfest shop front. If you were to visit zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest, You can find the link there, go to his website and check out more about Stuart, and as I say, maybe buy his new book of poems. I am pretty much done for the afternoon. I'm going to be handing over to Julie very shortly to take us through the final stretch of our festival here today. But before I do, just got time to introduce one more act, the wonderful Garth Hewitt. Now, if you've not come across Garth Hewitt before, he describes himself as a troubadour, gospel singer and a protest singer, writing and singing very much from the belief that people of all faiths need to speak up and call out for justice. I'm going to hand you over to Garth Hewitt. You will recognise a fairly familiar face introducing each of his songs though. And remember, if you haven't yet donated and you can, please bob along. virginmoney.giving.com/fund/keep the light shining. It's over to Garth.
It's good, this, isn't it? If you're enjoying yourself half as much as I am, I guess I'm enjoying it twice as much as you. Not only my hero Stuart Henderson, but now another hero, Garth Hewitt. Garth's got 3 songs for us. First one, he's got Dave Perry playing with him on guitar, and the song's called The Child of Christmas. It's from this album, Peace at Christmas, and we're going to get taken to Bethlehem. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Oh yeah.
The birth of a child bursting through the dark. The fragile light of hope is born anew. While angels sing of peace, God's love is released to a world where the light comes creeping through. I believe in the way of peace. I believe in the way of Jesus and in the values that God has shown us. Born anew in the child of Christmas. Oh, I believe in the child of Christmas. And in a world full of wars and weapons of destruction, a voice can still be heard if we listen. It is a holy voice of peace, crying out for wars to cease and to reject the violent ways of domination. Oh, I believe in the way of peace. I believe in the way of Jesus and in the values that God has shown us. Born anew, child of Christmas. Oh, I believe in the child of Christmas. And he became tall to show us all the way. At the stable door, we find our lives a change. As we bow in humility, we meet the Prince of Peace. way of peace. I believe in the way of Jesus and in the banks God has shown us. Born again in the child of Christmas. Oh, I believe in the child of Christmas.
Sing, Aaron, sing. Aaron Neville is somebody that Garth admires, looked up to, and given the chance to hear him play in a concert, he was there. Now, I understand that. I have people that I like to go and hear and occasionally sing about. Sing, Aaron, sing, from the album My Name is Palestine.
Flying into JFK to hear Aaron Neville play. Down at BBK on 42nd Street, I'm waiting for the man to sing. Start singing those soulful songs. His voice is like a holy thing. Gonna hear him sing in New York City. So sing, Aaron, sing. Fly, Aaron, fly. Let our spirits soar. As your voice goes high, sing in Christmas prayer. Make it a holy night. Let the voice of a battered angel send us towards the light. So sing, Aaron, sing. With a cold New York evening, the snow was coming down. We set out from home, the very heart of town. This special band starts to play. Then the drummer speaks it right. Saves us too much hate in the world. So we're bringing love tonight to New York City. So sing, Aaron, sing. Fly, Aaron, fly. Let our spirits soar. As your voice goes high, sing Christmas prayer. Make it a holy night. Let the voice of a battered angel lead us towards the light. So sing, Aaron, sing. Many stars will stand by me. Many shares this Christmas prayer. Praise that all the broken-hearted people will find a way to heal in New York City. And when he sings our favorite rhythm, the whole place goes very wild. 'Cause Aaron brings redemption right into the room tonight. He says he's
You can pick up Garth's albums from his website. His name is Garth Hewitt, so yeah, his website, garthhewitt.org. Be on there. This song, By Your Cross and Your Life Laid Down. Garth says it's his newest song, written for an Easter album which he hasn't recorded yet. So look out for a new album at Easter. He says he finds the statue of Christ the Redeemer in Rio a very powerful sculpture and a very powerful message with the arms wide open. Reminds me of another song, that. Enjoy.
By your cross and your life laid down, you have shown the road to peace. By your love and your outstretched arms, you embrace humanity. On the side of the excluded, on the side of the oppressed, you are the God of liberation. On the side of the forgotten, on the side of the refugee, on the side of those living under occupation. By your cross and your life laid down, you have shown the road of peace. By your love and your outstretched arms, you embrace humanity. In the dawn of a Sunday morning, love itself seemed to rise again, like a breath of hope blowing right across the world. Following in your footsteps, you've shown us the way to live, so our broken, wounded world can be made whole. By your cross and your life laid down,
huge thank you to Garth for allowing us to use those songs as part of Decemberfest. If you would like to know more or buy Garth's albums, Peace at Christmas or My Name is Palestine, you can do that on his website. There's a link on our shop front at zephaniah.org.uk/Decemberfest. And also on his website, you can sign up for his email newsletter so you can keep up to date with what he's doing and where you can see him perform again. Now, it's time for my last story of the festival. And I couldn't think of a more appropriate way to end my contribution than by telling this story. It's a tale as old as time. This version of it I wrote a year ago when John and I were preparing to be part of the Amos Trust Carol service in Normanton. This is the Climate Justice Christmas. Dusk. Gathering shadows hover. Doors close. Lamps are lit. In heaven, a team of angels scramble to draw the black curtain of night above the earth. Behind them, more angels follow, whirling and spinning their way across the sky. And in the wake of their dance, little lights appear, hanging lanterns, sparks of hope, tiny holes pricked in the fabric of the night, letting God's light shine through. They took the world in for the night and then gather together and settle down to tell the stories that stitch together who we are. The first angel speaks. Once there was nothing but God and his voice. And God used his voice and spoke aloud, and things began to happen. He called the world into being and everything in it. And then God, who is light and life himself, took a spark of his light and placed it into every single thing that he had made. And to care for his creation, he made his people. They saw his light in everything around them and in each other, and they knew it was from God, and they stayed close to him, and they tended his world. But as time went by, they forgot that the light was special, and then they began to forget to notice it. Sometimes they looked and the light was right in front of them, but they didn't look long enough, and they didn't look hard enough, and they didn't see that it was there. Sometimes they closed their eyes or turned their heads away, so the light couldn't reach them. And then, one day, they started looking for the light in all the wrong places. And they thought they had found it again, but it wasn't God's light. And the false light they had found pulled them further and further away from God. And as they danced in its beams, their feet trampled the earth and made their mark. And they turned creation to their advantage, instead of tending it as they were intended to. And as God's heart broke, he watched and he waited, and he didn't give up on them. He missed them, and he longed for them to find his light again. And so he stayed within their reach, sending prophets to those who chose to hear, and signs to those who chose to see. And then, when the time was right, he revealed his plan. A second angel takes over. When the Creator moved to save the world by showing us how we should live, he made himself small. And he sought consent to be planted into the womb of a girl. The Creator became creation. He placed himself into human hands to grow as they grew, protected and nurtured by a human mother who risked her own well-being for his. He placed himself into human hands and their flawed systems of justice, subject to the whim of a human father who, faced with the option to throw the first stone and destroy that which was not his own, chose instead to protect and nurture. And when 9 months had passed, and this newly formed family, who carried the vastness of the world inside them, were uprooted from their home and sent to walk the land to a town far away, a town that was home yet not their home. And in the midst of twitching hooves and swishing tails, he was born. Born beneath the patient, persistent gaze of the animals he had made. And the animals recognized the exertion as one that they shared. When her muscles strained and her body wrenched, they did so on common creation ground. And when the struggle found release, the Creator was born, and the fabric of the night was torn by the cry of a baby. The Creator's cry. And that wordless cry communicated one simple message. I am here. Nurture me. Care for me. See my creation and tend to its needs. I am here. And in the aftermath, the hills rang with angel voices singing to those who care for God's creatures. And in the skies, stars moved across the heavens, drawing the distant eye of those who had not forgotten to seek God's light there. God, the Creator, became creation. He made himself vulnerable and placed himself into human hands to remind us of our call to care. A third angel speaks. And as they gazed on their baby, his eyes so small, so like theirs, so full of light, his tiny hands and feet so like theirs, so full of strength, they did not know that the care they poured into him would create a man who would change the world, calling others to follow him. They did not know that his feet would walk the land, connecting with his own creation. They did not know that he would take natural resources of food and drink and stretch them to meet the need of all who hunger and thirst. They did not know that he would face down storms and walk on waves, protecting people from the elements. They did not know that he would heal and make whole the damaged and the hurting, mending the broken with empathy and love. They did not know that his own creation would worship him, that the unbroken colt would carry him, and the stones would cry out his name. They did not know that he would break death. The Creator became the created. And in so doing, he drew our eyes anew to the light that he placed in everything he had made. He renewed our call to tend and to care, to find him in the earth and everything in it, to recognize our impact on the things he has made and be one with them. The Creator's cry with one simple message: I am here. Nurture me, care for me, see my creation and tend to its needs. I am here. I really hope you have enjoyed Decemberfest this afternoon, and I really hope that you have a light-filled Christmas, even if it can't be what we would normally be used to. I'm going to hand you on now to the hands of John and Kath and Yvonne to end the festival this evening, and hopefully I will see you somewhere very soon.
When I just about forgotten that the weight I put on in the war of my waistline, summer's battle had been won. Now all my motivation's gone and diet days are done. Funny how Christmas comes around. Funny how Christmas comes around. Well, I just about forgotten about the money I had blown. After spending time with bankers, I've been sold another loan. Headroom on my cards again, I've remortgaged all I own. Funny how Christmas comes around. Funny how Christmas comes around. Back to school September, stores displays are giving way to pretty gifts and must-eat things to buy for Christmas Day. I'm Santa raiding Sainsbury's with a heavy bill to pay. It's costing me much more than cash. Have I spent my soul away? Funny how Christmas comes around. Funny how Christmas comes around. When I just about forgotten about the baby that was born so long ago, so far away on that first Christmas morn. So far from the shopping malls, the meaning of it all. Funny how Christmas comes around. Funny how Christmas comes around. When I just about forgotten about the debt I cannot pay, about the weight I cannot carry, no need to since the day when I first believed in Jesus and he took it all away. Funny how Christmas comes around. Funny how Christmas comes around. Funny how Christmas comes around. Well, it's a bit weird standing here waiting for the applause, so I'll assume you've done it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And can I introduce you, please, to the daughter in this act? Come, Kath, and sing us your Christmas. Nice to see you've made the effort.
Always. It's coming on Christmas. They're cutting down trees, putting up reindeer, singing songs of joy and peace. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. It don't snow here, it stays pretty green. I'm gonna make a lot of money, I'm gonna quit this crazy scene. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I wish I had a river so long I would teach my feet to fly. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I made my baby cry. He tried hard to help me, no, he put me at ease. Loved me so naughty, made me weak in the knees. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I'm so hard to handle, I'm selfish, I'm sad. Now I'm gonna lost the best baby that I ever had. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I wish I had a river so long I would teach my feet to fly. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I made my baby say goodbye. It's coming on Christmas. They're cutting down trees, putting up reindeer, singing songs of joy and peace. I wish I had a river I could skate away on.
Further rounds of applause. Thank you. Yay, yay, yay. Ha ha. Yvonne, come out of the shadows and join us. Talking of making the effort.
Yeah, my wings are getting in the way of my guitar strap though.
Well, it should be a harp, shouldn't it, I suppose, really?
Probably.
Oh, I wish I could have been there when the skies were full of angels and men's hearts were full of hope. I wish I could have been there.
Been there in the stable when the babe was born, when sin's night was broken by new creation's dawn. I wish I could have been there. Been there when his mother rocked
wish I could have been there. When the skies were full of angels and men's hearts were full of hope, I wish I could have been there.
Been there when the shepherds heard the angels sing, heard the news of Messiah's birth, changing everything. I wish I could have been there. Been there with the wise men, bringing gifts so rare, giving all that matters. Oh, I wish that I'd been there.
I wish I could have been there. When the skies were full of angels and men's hearts were full of hope, I wish I could have been there.
But it seems a different kind of world where a savior might be born. Have we lost the will to believe that he'd come to a world that's bruised and torn? Oh, I wish I could have been there. When the skies were full of angels and men's hearts were full of hope, I wish I could have been there.
Well, I dreamed I saw an angel. He was talking to a girl. He said she shouldn't be so frightened. He said her son would save the world. She said, there's no way I'm having a baby. He said God can do all things. And as the angel faded heavenward, Jesus' mum, she began to sing.
My soul magnifies the Lord. Praise God, my Savior, my spirit rejoices. Praise God, my Savior. Though he has seen how poor I am and undeserving, everyone on earth will bless my name. It's unnerving. For he that is mighty has done great things, and holy is his name. For he that is mighty has done great things, and holy is his name. The proud and the princes will fall. From their pride the hungry fill the humble race to his side. His mercy reaches out and on forever. He will stay by his people's side, desert them never. For he that is mighty has done great things, and holy is his name. For he that is mighty has done great things, and holy is his name.
Well, I dreamed I saw an angel. He was lighting up the night. He was blessing on love shepherds With the first news of the lights, he said they shouldn't be so frightened. Good news is what he'd come to bring. And I dreamt they walked through concrete walls to see the newborn king.
Long ago on the hills high above Bethlehem, shepherds were watching their sheep. Suddenly a light came from heaven. An army of angels woke them from their sleep, and they said, "Glory, glory in the highest. This is the day of the Lord." And they said, "Glory, glory in the highest. This is the day God's peace comes to the earth." Don't be afraid, the angel's voice rang out to them. I bring you news of great joy. God's Son is born today in Bethlehem. Go leave your sheep now, go worship the boy. And they said, "Glory, glory in the highest. This is the day of the Lord." And they said, "Glory, glory in the highest. This is the day God's peace comes to the earth." Down to the town they hurried, just as they'd been told. Simply believe in everything. Finding the baby in a stable rough and cold, they knelt before the manger and worshiped the King. And they said, "Glory, glory in the highest. This is the day of the Lord." And they said, "Glory, glory in the highest. This is the day God's peace comes to the earth." I just want to be his angel and tell you he's here. I just want to be his angel, take away your fear, and lead you to worship, worship and adore. I just want to be his angel, I can do no more. They said, "Glory, glory in the highest. This is the day of the Lord." And they said, "Glory, glory in the highest. This is the day God's peace comes to the earth." I just want to be his angel.
Well, I dreamed I saw an angel. He was talking to a man. He was telling him to be a refugee. He said, get out while you can. He said, you need to save the boy now. It's too soon for him to die. There's a time for every purpose. There'll be a place for him to be crucified.
Don't wanna go, don't wanna stay. Pulled by a promise, pushed by a threat. Death of my back, some kind of hope ahead. Oh Lord, I pray, let this be a good move today. Run, be a refugee, get out of this place. Yesterday, tomorrow may be too late. Run from present danger for a future that's safe. Get up, get out, don't wait. Don't wanna go, don't wanna stay. Pulled by a promise, pushed by a threat. Death on my back, some kind of hope ahead. Oh Lord, I pray, let this be a good move today. Witty ricochet, fast words I can't share. Conversation shrapnel I can't comprehend. I get the mistrust their loaded words bear, and dread what they intend. Don't wanna go, don't wanna stay. Pulled by a promise, pushed by a threat. Death up my back, some kind of hope ahead. Oh Lord, I pray, let this be a good move today. So wrong, how long before it's safe to go home? With family and friends back where we belong. Woes we won't remember but no longer know. Breathing our heart's home song. Don't wanna go, don't wanna stay. Pulled by a promise, pushed by a threat. Death on my back, some kind of hope ahead. Oh Lord, I pray, let this be a good move today. Now my family are the only ones who know my name. And let it be is such a hard thing to say. And I don't feel too blessed as we walk this lonely trail. And we look for God's protection on the way. Yes, we look for God's protection on the way. Don't wanna go, don't wanna stay. Pulled by a promise, pushed by a threat. Death on my back, some kind of hope ahead. Oh Lord, I pray, let this be a good move today.
Well, I dreamed I saw an angel. He was standing by a grave, saying, why'd you look here for the living? You know death's so yesterday. Well, you know the way that dreams flow from a place into the present place, from the past into a present time. Well, I can hear those angels speak today. Hear the angels speak today. Listen out and hear them today.
Woo!
That was a long song.
Yeah, it was.
In my mind, gonna play in my dream team, in an all-white strip, winning every game. Every day of my life, singing out the gospel. When I die, don't see why it shouldn't be the same. I'll be out of time, from time I'll be set free from the constraints of straight line history. I can choose my moment, my time and place to be. I'm going to Bethlehem, about 4 BC, a team of angels and me. I wanna be third angel from the left. I wanna be third angel from the left. When the team photograph is taken out and looked at, I wanna be third angel from the left. I stand on the back 'cause I'm tall and dark, I know. Not pretty or blonde enough to be on the front row. They'll have to hide me when my boat doesn't show. But heaven's not Texas, and I'm worthy my place to sing of God's love and grace. I wanna be third angel from the left. I wanna be third angel from the left. When the team photograph is taken out and looked at, I wanna be third angel from the left. I stand on the left 'cause I can't stand with the right. Don't wanna be associated with Michael of the night. Anyhow, out of left field comes the world's true light. I wanna tell the world, sing out the news to Bethlehem shepherds and you. I wanna be third angel from the left. I wanna be third angel from the left. When the team photograph is taken out and looked at, I wanna be third angel from the left. I wanna be third angel from the left. I wanna be third angel from the left. When the team photograph is taken out and laughed at, I wanna be third angel from the left. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, that's been good, hasn't it? This is the bit I really don't like doing, because I have to say ta-ra, and I have to say thank you. And if I started trying to say thank you to everybody, I'm going to forget. So I'm just going to say thank you to everybody who's done us a turn, and thank you to you for watching. Thank you even if you haven't put some money in the pot, even if you're not going to the shop at Zephaniah.org.uk Decemberfest, or the money in virginmoneygiving.com/fund/Decemberfest. It's not kind of catchy, that, is it? Keep the light shining. That's easy. Keep the light shining. See you somewhere. Ta-ra.
All the lights are shining. All the lights are shining. Let it shine. Let it shine. And the darkness covers all the people, and the people bow their heads in prayer, and their prayer is, Lord, come and save your people so close to despair. And the lights are shining, and the lights are shining.